I don't know how many have registered, but may I now invite the committee secretary to present the credentials of delegates and confirm the quorum for the meeting, please.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I can confirm the members, Honorable Chairperson, you are in. Our Vice Chairperson, Paula Copper, Namibia Honorable, also confirmed. Angola Chair, Honorable Teresa Jose Adalini Neto, also confirmed. Chair, Botswana confirmed, Honorable Talita Monangotla. Eswatini Chair, also confirmed, Honorable Noktulu Dlamini. Chair, we also had Lesotho confirmed, Honorable Senita Tata Mako Mohel. Sorry for that. Chair, we also had Honorable Mozambique confirmed. That is Honorable Maria Mata Fernando. We also had Seychelles confirming, Honorable Regina Esperon. We also had Zimbabwe Chair, they confirmed, Honorable Maybe Mbowa. And then we had an apology though from Honorable Kasune, but who sent in a proxy, Honorable Siwongile, indicating that she's in transit. So apologies, Honorable Chair, came from DRC, reasons being they have not yet constituted the committees. And then Honorable Jean from Madagascar sent in an apology. We have an apology from Malawi, Honorable Gadama. We also have an apology from Mauritius, Honorable Sabrina. We have an apology from South Africa, Honorable Vilankula. And as I indicated from Honorable Kasune, though we have a proxy, so she doesn't fall under that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If I understood what you said, if I may repeat, you said 10 of them have confirmed. Now my question is, after confirmation, have they logged in? Are we with them in this meeting right now? Secretariat, please. Hello?
Sorry, Chair, I'm actually going to...
Okay.
Chair, I'm going to the... I'm checking in the participants list. I can see Tanzania. I can see you, Chair. I can see Botswana. I can see Lesotho. I can see Namibia. I can see Zambia. I can see Zimbabwe, Seychelles. I think my colleagues can help me. So far, I'm not seeing anybody who has indicated who's missing. Thank you, Chair.
For that matter, then, it means we are only 4 of us who have logged in.
Thank you so much, Chairperson and our committee clerk. Our Eswatini member is just coming to log in just now. She's just 2 minutes away. Here she comes. Thank you so much. She'll be logging in. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if I'm Senator
because
Mohale from Lesotho, so I've logged in. I think it should come to your recognition that the Lesotho have logged in as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If that is the case, then how many are we missing before we start the meeting? What is the quorum?
Madam Chair, may I come in, please, Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair.
Madam Chair, maybe we should raise our hand for you to do who are present, and you can do the counting by us all raising our hand, because maybe there are some who are present, but they are not on video, but they are on audio. Maybe
thank you so much, Honorable Ray. Mhm.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I highly appreciate for your advice.
Madam Chair,
Secretariat, please. Yes, please, Cooper. Honorable Cooper.
why don't we do the normal roll call whereby every person will be say is present or absent? If the names are called, the old way of doing it,
Mhm.
in order to determine.
Secretariat,
Because when
please.
I counted, I think I counted 10 or 11, but I'm not so sure. It's
Both
only
confirmed.
Secretariat that might know.
Thank you, Honorable Cooper. Those 10 were the ones who confirmed to attend this meeting earlier. But my question was, who have already logged on so that we may now proceed? And
I've seen
then,
them all logging in.
Secretariat, please make it clear for us.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go through following the list that I have. Honorable members, I hope you bear with me. Tanzania, I can see you. My Vice Chair, Honorable Cooper, please just indicate by voice if you're in. I heard you, but
I am in.
thank you. Honorable for Angola. Angola, are you in, Honorable? Okay, I move on. Honorable for Botswana.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you,
Can you hear
Honorable.
me?
Good morning. Yes, I can.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable for Eswatini. I was told was just logging in. Are you in, Honorable?
I'm in. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable for Lesotho.
I'm in, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Honorable for Mozambique. 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 Okay. Honorable for Seychelles. Honorable for Seychelles. Honorable for Zimbabwe.
I'm here.
Thank you, Honorable. Zimbabwe. Honorable
I'm in, Madam Chair, Zimbabwe.
Okay. Honorable for Zambia.
Good morning, Secretariat. I am in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. In case those that did not confirm, Honorable Madagascar. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I take it those Mauritius, South Africa, those that indicated they would not be available. Chair, I have, it's indicating we have Tanzania, Namibia, Botswana. Let me go again. Angola. Angola, are you in? And Mozambique. From the list of 10, Chair, Angola and Mozambique are the ones who are not there. So we have 8 honorable members, meaning we still meet a quorum, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think we may proceed. And the first thing we should do is to adopt the agenda. I'm sure all of you received the agenda for the meeting, which was circulated to all members. Are there any proposals to amend the draft agenda? Secretary, see any show of hand?
Sorry, Honorable Chair. Sorry, Honorable Chair.
I'm listening.
Yes, sorry, this is Mr. Manzu from the Secretariat, the Director of Program. If the committee secretary has the agenda, perhaps he could share on the screen, just sometimes to update the members in terms of the agenda that is being adopted. So if the committee secretary has, he can share the screen just to make sure that all the members, I think,
accepted.
Yeah.
Thank you for the guidance. Secretariat, we are sharing. Unfortunately for me in Zambia, we have serious load shedding. So I do not have I'm using a phone, so others will share.
Then we could use, we could ask Paulina. We could ask Paulina can assist, I'm sure. Yeah, scroll down. Yeah. So, Honorable Chair, either the committee secretary can read out item by item. We are now on adoption of the agenda, welcome remarks, consideration of the minutes or the record of the previous meeting. Scroll down. Scroll down. There will be matters arising from the minutes of the previous meeting and the previous resolutions, which the committee will consider. Then agenda item number 6, the chairperson of the committee is expected to brief the committee on a study visit that the chair participated with other members to Germany. That's agenda item number 6. Then the committee will go into the presentations that have been lined up based on the theme that you are considering, Honorable Chair. Then you have a health break if we time will permit that way at 11 for 15 minutes. Thereafter, Honorable Chair, your committee will continue with the presentations that have been lined up. Can you scroll down? Those are the presentations all the way and expected to take your committee up to 13 hours. Then the arrangement was that perhaps you may break for lunch. Then the other presentations will come also after lunch from 14 hours up to 15. All the way, you are supposed to sit up to 16 hours. The last agenda item, can you scroll down? The last agenda item is the election of the chairperson and the vice chairperson. That is supposed to lead your committee from now up to 2026. That is the outline of the agenda and the program. However, depending on sometimes how issues are, we catch up on issues. It could be less than what has been timed, or it could be more than what has been timed. So over to you, Honorable Chair. The members may now pronounce themselves on the proposed agenda.
Thank you very much for the guidance. And before I proceed, may I request you to introduce yourself, because most of the time we're with Mr. Kurasha and my secretary, but really this is a new face to me, if not to the rest. Kindly introduce yourself. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. My name, indeed, as it may have shown on the screen, I am Joseph Manzi, Mr. Joseph Manzi. I am the Director of Programs and Parliamentary Business in the Southern Parliamentary Forum. Indeed, I think this is the second meeting that I'm interacting with you. The first one was the public hearings that you had last year in October, but I didn't feature high as I'm featuring today. So that's a way of introduction, Honorable Chair, that I can make. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Director Manzi. We are happy to be with you. Having said so, and having introduced yourself to all of us, thank you very much. And now we may proceed. I think it's high time now I do the opening. Secretariat, shall I proceed?
Chair, we need a proposer and to adopt the minutes, please. The agenda, sorry.
Madam Chair, may I propose that we adopt the minutes, please?
Yes, I second.
I'm proposing.
Madam Chair, I move for the secondment.
Perhaps our ICT team can help us to mute some of the mics. It appears that some background information that is coming in by some members who have joined or some stakeholders who have joined. So that I think it should be only those that have been recognized by the chair to speak.
I believe that all of us.
Yeah, so Honorable Chair, you may wish to sum up in terms of the proposer and the seconder to adopt the agenda.
Thank you so much. I heard Honorable Reggie and Honorable Paula seconded her. So I believe we are now ready to accept the agendas and move accordingly. The agenda is accordingly adopted. Is that okay for all? Do we agree that I do the opening now?
We may proceed, Chair, to the opening remarks.
Thank you so much. Honorable members of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, in short, GEWAYD, parliamentarians from SADC national parliaments who may have joined the meeting, Her Excellency M.S. Moem Segoma, SADC PF Secretary General, SADC PF Secretariat staff and staff of the national parliaments, SADC Secretariat, representatives of civil society organizations and cooperating partners, if any, have joined in the meeting, representatives of media organizations, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. I'm pleased to welcome you to the first Standing Committee meeting in 2024 for the Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development. I sincerely applaud you, honorable members, for sparing your time to log into the meeting all on time. This is a true testimony, as I always mention, of the importance that we give to our forum and our SADC parliamentary duties. A special welcome also goes out to our distinguished guests and eminent institutions and the resource persons that have joined in to listen and share with us insightful information that will enable us to make credible and practical recommendations to the soon coming plenary assembly session in Angola in the coming month in July. Honorable members, as you may have noted, the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development is a loaded program today, as we are going to consider the minutes of our last meeting that was held in October 2023, as well as have some expert presentations from well-resourced partners. The committee during the meeting is expected to interrogate how member states at national level can be empowered with information on collaborative efforts to enact legislation and that effectively addresses violence against women in elections and politics within the SADC region. Further, the meeting will enable members to brainstorm and identify initiatives that we can understand to raise awareness among the public about the impact of violence against women. Minor discussions will focus on the main theme titled "A Collaborative Approach in Addressing Violence Against Women in Elections and Politics in the SADC region, the role of Parliament." Honorable members, as you are well aware that the SADC region highly appreciates gender equality as a fundamental factor for integration and development. May I repeat here? Honorable members, as you are well aware, the SADC region highly appreciates gender equality as a fundamental factor for integration and development. Evidence has shown that despite women constituting over half the population and the electorate, they remain underrepresented in political and public decision-making positions across the region. One of the biggest challenges to women's participation is the violence women go through during the elections. The situation, unfortunately, is no different from the youth. As such, the representations we are going to have actually come at the right time when the region is earmarked for a number of general elections. Honorable members, I am therefore hopeful that with this timely meeting and through our constitutional functions, we can change the narrative of the women and youth being negatively affected by elections due to the violence. Furthermore, I'm also hopeful that the submissions will ignite our committee to identify practical, concrete, and actionable recommendations to inform resolutions for the committee to better address electoral gender-based violence in particular. Honorable members, as we are also aware that at the end of this meeting, we'll have elections for new office bearers for the committee. I wish to ask each one of you to ensure that we practice in the elections, we participate in the elections. Therefore, let us make sure we participate in the elections fully. Finally, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and her team for their professional work in organizing this meeting and providing technical guidance to the committee. In a special way, let me thank our committee secretary, Mrs. Ifoma Amabele Mulewa from the Parliament of Zambia. As well, may I thank Joseph, the director, for being here with us. With these remarks, I wish you a fruitful deliberations. Thank you. I thank you all for your kind attention. Asanteni sana. May we now go to our minutes of the last meeting of the statutory meeting of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women and Advancement and Youth Development held on October 24th. Mm, 23rd. Honorable members, we shall now go through those minutes and see if they are an accurate record of the meeting. We'll consider the minutes item by item.
Okay, my chair, take your office.
Secretariat, I heard you.
Sorry, Chair, no.
There was an interruption. Who? Shall I continue?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So allow me to repeat what I was just saying. Honorable members, we shall now consider the minutes to confirm if they are an accurate record of the meeting. We'll consider the minutes item by item to accommodate any variations in pages across the languages. They are long and they are about 26 pages. So please, Secretariat, carry us along on the screen, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll run you through the minutes as guided, Chair. Those are the members that were present. We had a membership of 12, and then we had apologies of 3. We also had Secretariat in attendance. I may not read them name by name because I'm sure if there's any correction, it can be done. Just to save time, we can go down. That's the Secretariat which was in attendance. Chair, that is the agenda that we had considered during the October meeting. And then in terms of credentials, Chair, we have those were shared. The agenda was adopted. I'll start from your welcome remarks, Chair, that were given. In welcoming all the members, Chair, to the meeting, you highlighted that the committee was being convened to hold a public hearing under a theme, amplifying citizens' voices in regional integration in Southern Africa, bridging the engagement gap by bringing parliament to the people. You indicated, Chair, that the meeting was going to be held virtually, and to this effect, you were very happy that the attendees were in the meeting, as well as the public hearing that it was going to start in a short while. You indicated, Chair, that out of a large number of people that Chair, you noticed that there was a large number that was participating, and for you, Chair, that was a clear demonstration of the importance that was being given to the SADC Parliamentary Forum and the regional parliamentary duties. Chairperson, you explained that after the statutory committee meeting, which was listed on the agenda, the committee would proceed with a public hearing during which the committee would receive submissions by the public on various thematic areas. During the submissions, Chair, that were to be made by the public, during the submissions, the expectation was that the GEWAYD committee, was going to interrogate how member states at a national level could expedite the domestication of SADC model laws on gender-based violence and identify concrete steps that could be considered to proactively prevent gender-based violence in communities and ensure comprehensive support and justice for survivors. Brainstorm on how regional and continental economic policies could be leveraged on to prevent women and youth economic inclusion, entrepreneurship, access to financial resources, and close the gender pay gap for marginalized women, young girls, and youth, and enhancing access to education, employment, and leadership roles, while ensuring gender equality and inclusivity, among others. Chair, you indicated that the SADC region highly appreciated gender equality as a fundamental goal for democratic countries. Chair, you specified that evidence reminded us as Parliament to crucially address the gender disparity by promoting gender equality and women's representation in political and decision-making positions by enacting and enforcing policies and legislation that advance women's rights and participation. This, you indicated, Chair, involves implementing affirmative action measures, fostering women's political leadership through mentoring and creating an inclusive political environment that encourages women engagement. Chair, with the aforementioned, you indicated that your expectation was that the submissions would highlight the practical ways in which Parliament could strengthen its institutional capacity to address matters of youth underrepresentation and gender equality within the context of our constitutional mandates. Chair, under number four, minutes were considered, and on a motion by Honorable Paula Cooper from Namibia and seconded by Honorable Bulankula from South Africa, the minutes of the previous meeting were adopted with amendments. That was the amendment that was there, Chair. There were no matters arising after the minutes were considered. So we went into point number 6, Chair, which was briefing of citizens to the committee and procedure. As your Secretary, Chair, I announced that the public hearing session would be held virtually on Zoom platform. I also indicated housekeeping announcements in terms of to guide a smooth meeting. Issues of etiquette in terms of keeping the microphone off, introducing themselves, and also that SADC had platforms in English, French, and Portuguese. The meeting also was being recorded. I think we indicated that for clarity for all as part of journals for the Standing Committee in line with the rules of procedure. And anyone who wished to speak was requested to click the raise a hand icon. Chairperson, committee chairperson, honorable, you indicated that you were honored to, the committee chairperson, Honorable Joseph Raymond, indicated that she was deeply honored in her capacity as chairperson to extend a warm welcome to SADC citizens in 2023 to the public hearing. Chair, in your opening remarks for the public hearing now, you indicated that as a start to the public hearing session, you welcomed all the citizens, Chair, from the region that were present on the Zoom call to the public hearing that we're having. You pointed out that the committee was holding its first public hearing was the public hearing we're holding was the first after the 2022 one that we had. You indicated that the Standing Committee on GEWAYD was expected to interrogate how states could expedite the domestication of SADC model law on gender-based violence, and what concrete steps could be taken to proactively prevent gender-based violence in communities and ensure comprehensive support and justice for survivors. Chair, you highlighted that the theme of the public hearing was amplifying citizens' voice in regional integration in Southern Africa, bridging the engagement gap by bringing parliament to the people. You went on to mention, Chair, that the SADC region highly appreciates gender equality as a fundamental goal for democratic societies. The region believes the commitments to gender equality and women empowerment was integral to the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan of 2020 to 2030, which identifies gender as a cross-cutting and key factor for integration and development. Chair, you indicated evidence has shown that despite women constituting over half of the population and electorate, they still remained underrepresented in political and public decision-making positions across the region. Chair, pertaining to the youth, you stated that there were prominent youth-related challenges in the region, which were underscored by a substantial youthful population, limited economic prospects, and restricted involvement in political and decision-making arenas. Chair, you said that the region boasted of significant youthful demographic, as around 75% of the SADC population consists of persons below the age of 35, while youth aged 15 to 35 constituted about 34% of the overall population in the region. You denoted that you envisaged that addressing these challenges requires fostering women and youth participation in political decision-making and socioeconomic development through comprehensive strategies. To do this, Chair, there was need to establish consistent policies that generate high-quality employment opportunities, nurturing youth entrepreneurship, and facilitating meaningful engagement in governance and policy formulation. Additionally, it was essential to confront issues such as early marriages and unintended pregnancies, among others. You emphasized the thought that the legislature should create an inclusive environment for young leaders by assisting their candidacy, offering mentoring and providing resources to shape the region's future and timely contributing to a more representative democracy. Chair, with the aforementioned, you stated that evidence reminded parliamentarians to play a crucial role in promoting gender equality and women's representation in political and decision-making positions by enacting and enforcing policies and legislation that advance women's rights and participation. This entailed implementing affirmative action measures, fostering women's political leadership through mentorship, and creating an inclusive political environment that encourages women's engagement. In concluding, you indicated that you were highly expectant that the submissions in the public hearing would endeavor to unpack and dissect matters of gender equality, youth involvement as they relate to enhancing their participation in key decision-making platforms. In addition, you anticipated that the submissions would highlight the practical ways in which parliaments could strengthen their institutional capacity to address matters of youth underrepresentation and gender equality within the context of their constitutional mandates. In view of the foregoing remarks, Chair, you wished the meeting a fruitful deliberation and declared public hearings officially opened. Procedures of the public hearing, there was a list. I will not go through that whole list. That is how it was proposed that submissions would come from. I'll go straight into what was submitted in the interest of time, Chair. There was a submission on 7.1, Chair. The committee had a submission on sector update by SADC Secretariat. So the committee heard that the Southern African Development Community was committed to promoting gender equality and women empowerment, as was enshrined in the Declaration and Treaty of SADC 1992, which had acknowledged the right from its creation. The submission indicated that gender was recognized as one of the integration and development enablers and a cross-sectoral intervention area as enshrined in Article 4 and Article 5 of the SADC Treaty. This resolve was further reinforced when SADC committed to attaining gender equality and women's empowerment as a critical goal and strategy in the realization of Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan 2020 to 2030. The SADC Secretariat elaborated further that in 2008, SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, revised in 2016, also commits to the integration and mainstreaming of gender issues as development strategy, thus placing gender firmly on the agenda of SADC programs of action and community building initiatives. The Secretariat indicated that it played a pivotal role in championing gender equality in the region and that it supported this role through its internal politics. 2008 SADC Secretarial Workplace Gender Policy and the revised SADC Gender Mainstreaming Sector-Specific Resource Kit, currently in print, which was at that time in print, amongst the measures. The submission cited the following interventions: food agriculture and natural resource Farm Agriculture had a program for improving fisheries governance, blue economy trade corridors in SADC region, Pro-Fish Blue Project, which was a gender plan. The program contributed to inclusion of women in the fishery business in 4 SADC countries, namely Tanzania, Madagascar, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. There is also water, gender equality, and social inclusion training for gender focal point persons, focal points from the water sector in the SADC region through the Global Water Partnership Africa, held in South Africa in August 2023. They also shared environment, SADC Great Green War Initiative is a project to combat this desertification, climate change, biodiversity loss in the region. The project, through a recently held workshop in 2023, upheld the mainstreaming gender in national actions and investment plans. Water and food. Nexus approach in the SADC region is a SADC initiative that urges member states to embrace the integrated planning and implementation of water, energy, and food sectors. In 14, the lead national dialogues, they identified priority investment projects that could be taken further by bankability and mobilizing financing for implementation. In terms of priority regional value chains, SADC conducted an analysis of women entrepreneurship opportunities in SADC value chain sectors. The outcomes were meant interventions that strengthen participation of women-led businesses in the regional value chains. Relating to financial inclusion of women, there are a number of and key tools produced. For instance, there's a challenge fund to empower women entrepreneurs to participate in SADC's industrialization agenda. In addition, there is a SADC Financial Inclusion Gender Action Plan, which outlines steps to support women to access finance. It forms part of the SADC strategy for financial inclusion and small and medium enterprise access to finance 2023 to 2028. Further, there are enhanced and regular capacity building initiatives for member states on gender responsive budgeting is in the pipeline. SADC mainstreaming disaster risk reduction in the gender sector with an overall objective to provide the region and member states with a variety of interventions to provide effective and practical interventions by strengthening disaster risk reduction in the gender sector. Another submission, Chair, on addressing human rights economic challenges of women in informal sectors, broader trade by Amnesty International, Eastern and Southern Africa Regional Office. The committee heard that the submission was based on preliminary findings of a research that Amnesty was conducting on the right to decent work and full economic participation of women in the informal economy, specifically women in informal cross-border trade. It was submitted that the right to decent work and full economic participation had profound implications for the lives of women in the region, which aligned with the objective of the committee focused on gender equality, women advancement, and youth development. The submission further highlighted that for many decades, informal work has been the primary source of non-agricultural employment for Black women in Southern Africa. The informal economy sustains most marginalized communities in the region, playing a pivotal role in national economies. However, as opportunities for decent work in the formal sector continue to dwindle, informal work, including cross-border trade, has emerged as a lifeline for many people, especially women. The submitters stated that informal cross-border trade is a cornerstone of the informal economy in Southern Africa. As a highly mobile region, thousands of people move across international land borders in neighboring countries to conduct small-scale everyday trade, which according to the African Development Bank accounts for about 30% to 40% of intra-regional trade. Informal cross-border trade refers to the exchange of goods and services between countries that takes outside of formal trade channels and regulatory framework. This type of trade is often characterized by small-scale transactions, limited documentation, and a lack of formal customs procedures. Thus, many studies have asserted that informal trade has the potential to alleviate poverty and food insecurity, promoting regional integration while empowering these women economically, valued at US $17.6 billion in 2018. Sorry. It creates income opportunities for those with limited access to formal employment, thereby reducing social exclusion. However, this income often comes at a steep human cost, as women involved in informal cross-border trade face gender-specific challenges, including mobility constraints, limited access to education and formal employment, and the absence of social security and productive resources. Punitive immigration customs, border control measures render them vulnerable to physical violence, harassment, extortion, and other forms of violence. These women often share harrowing accounts of witnessing or experiencing armed robberies, harassment, physical violence, rape, molestation, and even abduction. Social, cultural, and institutional practices such as stigmatization, corruption, fear of reprisals, limited access to legal services, geographical challenges act as an additional barrier to justice. Thus, it functions both as a source of livelihood, but also vulnerability for women in the region. This is despite the fact that right to decent work is enshrined in the international law as a fundamental human right. It reflects the belief that every individual should have the opportunity to engage in productive, safe, and fulfilling employment that provides fair wages and ensures dignity in the workplace. Decent work is a cornerstone of social justice and sustainable development. However, Amnesty International's research reveals that women involved in informal cross-border trade operate in a hostile regulatory environment that denies their right to decent work and exposes them to human rights violations. The decent work deficits are most pronounced in the informal economy. From the perspective of unprotected workers, the negative aspects of work in the informal economy far outweigh its positive aspects. Workers in the informal economy are not recognized, registered, regulated, or protected under labor legislation and social protection. For example, when their employment status is ambiguous and are therefore not able to enjoy, exercise, or defend their fundamental rights, since they are normally not organized, they have little or no collective representation vis-a-vis employers or public authorities. Works in the informal economy is often characterized by small unidentified workplace and unhealthy working conditions, low levels of skills and productivity, low or irregular incomes, long working hours, and lack of access to information, markets, finance, training, and technology. Workers in the informal economy may be characterized by varying degrees of dependency and vulnerability. Public policy on informal and economic employment generally assumes that informal markets should or will eventually become formal. This assumption fails to take account of the interdependencies between formal and informal economic activities, often lacks appropriate consideration of local context, history, culture, resources, and demographics, and fails to address all institutional barriers to formalization. It also belies the true scale of economic informality around the world. While there are reports of growing prevalence of informality in developed economies, most workers in the developing world are informally employed. In Africa, nearly 9 out of every 10 of those who work do so informally, accounting for nearly 86% of all employment and 42% of continental gross domestic product. The extent of informality is lower in the Southern African region, with the average 40% of the population in informal employment. It is crucial to note, however, that differentiation between countries distorts this average. So while informal employment is lowest in South Africa at 34%, it is highest in Zimbabwe, where it accounts for 93% of all jobs. It is in this context that we must face the reality that while the dream is that we move these women into formality, which is safe, the job right is to interrogate the policy and institutional instruments that can either facilitate or hinder the integration of informal workers into the mainstream economy. This progression is not simplistic, one-off approach. Instead, it unfolds progressively. In the immediate term, the focus is on reducing decent work deficits in the informal economy by establishing a legal recognition, rights, social protection, and representation for those engaged in it. In the short and medium term, the aim is to facilitate the entry of job seekers and potential entrepreneurs into the formal, protected, and mainstream economy. They proposed that ultimately, in the long term, the overarching goal was to generate sufficient formal, protected, and decent employment opportunities for all women workers and employers. While the ultimate objective remains moving away from informality, the path is envisioned as a multidimensional gradual approach that catalyzes transition through comprehensive and integrated strategies. These strategies are designed to address the complex and interconnected challenges posed by the informal economy. Amnesty further contended that the African continent free trade area presents both opportunities and challenges for women engaged in informal cross-border trade. While it holds promise, its emphasis on formal trade poses challenges for informal traders, including women and inclusion. Including women, limited inclusion, lack of legal recognition, restricted access to finance, and resources are among these challenges. Compliance with specific regulations and standards can also be a daunting task for informal traders. Addressing these challenges requires recognizing the significant contributions of women in informal cross-border trade and actively promoting their inclusion in the Africa Free framework. Policymakers and stakeholders must work collaboratively to create an enabling environment that supports and empowers these women. This includes developing tailored policies and initiatives, providing capacity building support, facilitating access to finance, recognizing finance and resources, and recognizing the unique needs and circumstances women engaged in informal cross-border trade. Furthermore, they submitted that it is in this context that both SADC model law, gender-based violence, and SADC protocol on gender and development that underscores the need for policy intervention to support these women. To this effect, they propose the following recommendations. 1, policy recognition of informal trade regional policies should be explicitly recognize the value and role of informal cross-border trade and delineate pathways for integrating them within the broader economic framework and trade policies, ensuring that women contributions are acknowledged and protected. Social security initiatives for the informal sector, recognizing the vulnerabilities inherent within informal work, regional bodies, in collaboration with member states, should design tailored social security schemes for the sector in line with the international human rights schemes for the sector, with international human rights standards on the right to social security and the ILO social security standards, in particular the Social Security Minimum Standards Convention 1952, number 102, the recommendation concerning national flows of social protection recommendation 2012, number 202, financial inclusion initiatives, leveraging on the Africa Free AFCFTA, states can work together to enhance financial literacy programs tailored for the informal sector, ensuring that women in informal cross-border trade are equipped with the necessary skills and knowledge to navigate the financial landscape. Additionally, engagement with regional bodies will ensure that women have access to appropriate credit facilities to support entrepreneurial ambitions. Gender-responsive policies, regional policies should be designed with an emphasis on understanding and addressing gender-specific challenges. For instance, recognizing the unique challenges imposed by unpaid care work, the gender pay gap, and women's reduced access to formal employment can lead to more tailored and effective interventions. Data collection and research. Collection of data on informal cross-border trade disaggregated by gender, among other characteristics, and regular statistical studies should be conducted to understand the dynamics of the informal sector, especially concerning the roles and challenges of women. Such data can then inform the development of targeted policies and initiatives. Strengthening women and youth networks by promoting and supporting networks and cooperatives for women involved in cross-border trade. They can collectively negotiate for better terms, access resources, share knowledge. Okay, Chair, the next submission was on what challenges exist in ensuring women and youth have equitable access to quality healthcare, including sexual reproductive health services, and what solutions can be explored. And this was shared by Oxfam South Africa, our colleague there, Mihoa. The submission asserted that SADC region was challenged with sexual reproductive health and rights matters, especially in the area of accessing comprehensive abortion, low financing to services, high rates of gender-based violence, high maternal mortality rates, among others. In terms of adolescent and youth, the main challenge facing sexual reproductive health includes situations of early pregnancy, with 48%, unwanted pregnancy and safe abortions, sexually transmitted infections, HIV and AIDS, inadequate nutrition, substance abuse, alcohol, drugs, and physical and sexual violence. The committee was informed that in the region, despite making improvements in the legal and policy framework to ensure women empowerment and gender equality, deep-rooted harmful cultural practices, high gender inequality, and weak accountability systems affect access to justice and realization of sexual reproductive health and rights. Young women's beliefs, attitudes, and behavior on sexuality and reproduction are shaped by unquestioned social norms via the initiation rites. Many women and youth enjoy sexual and reproductive health and rights partly because of social norms that work against their aspirations. Child and forced marriages and women not being able to make decisions about their bodies are among the effects of strong, entrenched, harmful social and cultural beliefs and practices. The submission indicated that the possible solutions were to harmonize the statutory and customary laws to protect women and youth and promote their rights to health. Although safe abortion services are provided for in the growing number of health facilities, there were gaps in provision of quality, non-stigmatizing services. In addition, stigmatization and most people are unaware of the law and services and stigmatization for unwanted pregnancy and abortion. Girls and women continue to be prevented from having safe abortion due to health professionals' conscientized objectives to termination of pregnancy, conscientious objection to termination of pregnancy. The aspect of resource allocation to sexual, sorry, we've moved too fast. The aspect of resource allocation to sexual reproductive health is a challenge because failing to adequately provide quality sexual reproductive health and rights services leads to essential medicine drug stockouts, poor infrastructure, inadequate transportation, and limited human resource. Therefore, going forward, there's a need to come up with financing benchmark for gender programs, which will be adhered to globally. Increase international financing for accelerated implementation of the International Conference Population Development Program actions to complement and catalyze domestic financing, in particular of sexual and reproductive health programs and other supportive measures and interventions that promote gender equality and girls' and women's empowerment. In addition, there is need to increase the annual budgets allocated to health sector in line with the Abuja Declaration, which calls for at least 15% of the annual budget to be allocated to health sector. Furthermore, there is a need to change informal and formal institutions that perpetuate gender inequality and subordinate position of women and girls. Patriarchal dictates that the statuses, privileges, freedoms, opportunities be accorded to men and women, boys and girls. This is present in informal and formal institutions. The leaders and citizens in these institutions need to challenge the notion of gender inequality and put mechanisms to respect women and girls' rights. In addition, improved capacity among health services providers on how to provide gender-responsive, youth-friendly, comprehensive sexual reproductive health services. Healthcare practitioners have adequate skills to support complex health needs and respect the full range of choices for women and girls. This can be done by increasing investment in youth-friendly health services and capacity strengthening of service providers to provide youth-friendly services, including youth with disabilities. Also increased availability, accessibility, and utilization of gender-based violence in social services and influence governments to domesticate the SADC model law on gender-based violence and connect women and girls to sexual reproductive health services as a well-referral structure for gender-based violence through community outreach activities aimed at sensitizing women and girls about how and where to access sexual reproductive health rights and gender-based violence services in their area. There is an urgent need for legal reforms around abortion to achieve equitable quality sexual reproductive health services for women and youths. There is a need to increase access to modern contraceptive methods and improve the availability and laws that provide accessibility of comprehensive abortion services. International and regional bodies like the United Nations General Assembly and Southern African Development Community Secretariat may consider providing a platform for heads of states and key ministries to meet at a global and or a platform or regional levels to discuss and advance collective actions to enable the holding of leaders accountable by discussing some successful initiatives and strategies, generating a collective advocacy agenda and exploring potential pathways to realize full potential for women's rights, sexual reproductive health rights, and comprehensive sexuality education. Sorry, where am I? And ensuring SADC countries fully domesticate the SADC model laws on violence against women and girls, including child and forced marriages. We need to advocate globally to make sure that there are guidelines and recommendations that will be used during advocacy to make sure that policies are adhering to gender equality during crisis. There was a submission on child trafficking and children's rights to education, Shora. We had the director there from Fountain of Hope. The committee heard that there have been at least 750 migrant deaths in the Southern African region, of which 65 occurred in 2022. Due to the serious challenge of documenting migrant fatalities in the region, this is only a minimum estimate of the real number of lives lost and should be considered indicative. The Southern Migrant Corridor is one of the most popular corridors frequently used by migrants from Eastern and Southern Africa, and increasingly becoming more dangerous, claiming at least 700 migrants' lives since 2014. The submitter stated that according to the International Organization of Migration, flow monitoring data around 1,460,587 movements were tracked from January 2021 till December 2022 in South Africa region. Of these flows, the last stage of the Southern Migratory Corridor, the border region between South Africa and Zimbabwe through the Beitbridge, represents the highest mobility area, covering 50% of the total movements tracked. Therefore, in this case, Malawi is not spared as well. Although the government of Malawi developed cooperation to work closely with source and destination to combat trafficking of children, there had been still cases of trafficking of children. This is why the government of Malawi does not fully meet the minimum standard for the elimination of trafficking, but is making significant efforts to do so. The government demonstrated overall increasing efforts comparing to the previous reporting period, remained in Tier 2. These efforts included increasing convictions of traffickers and establishing 6 district committees to coordinate victim services and investigations. The government trained law enforcement on identification and certification of trafficking victims. The government deployed a task force to collaborate with a foreign government to identify and repatriate Malawians exploited abroad. However, the government did not meet the minimum standards in several key areas due to the lack of shelters and other available protection services. Police detained some victims during the investigation process and did not take adequate measure to prevent the re-traumatization of victims participating in criminal proceedings against traffickers. Credible reports of official complicity continued to impede the government's efforts to carry out anti-trafficking law enforcement and proactively identify trafficking victims. The following recommendations were submitted to GEWAYD committee. 1. Government should increase efforts of partnership and coordination with both local and international institutions so that they are able to detect as many cases as possible. 2. Popularization of trafficking in person. Operating procedures is one way of engaging non-state actors so that they have a common understanding of TIP. In each technical working group at district level, one person be identified who will be responsible for popularization of TIP. Establish mechanisms for cooperation, coordination, and data management with neighboring countries in order to prevent trafficking and ensuring that child victims of trafficking are compensated and provided adequate resources for social and rehabilitation services for victims. The member states should ensure that the national plan of action to combat trafficking in person as well disseminated to government organizations at district level using the civil society organizations. Network form which these CSOs should be oriented in TIP activities mainstreaming. In addition, the member states should allocate more resources toward the implementation of the National Program of Action on TIP, which gives room to more unresolved cases. In regards to this, the government should work with non-state actors to identify common places where child trafficking destinations are existing at both national and international level. Every stakeholder who is working with TIP intervention should develop a TIP policy which is in line with TIP laws. Member states should facilitate for capacity building and training of community structure and civil society organizations to enhance the prevention of TIP. The member states should ensure that survivors timely access justice in accordance with trafficking in persons legislation and related legislation on child protection through providing compensation to the victims of child trafficking and offering rehabilitation services to victims of child trafficking. The member states' security agencies like police, defense forces, army, immigration should include trafficking in person as part of the syllabus or course of subject or module during their professional training, so that every security officer should be able to support the handling of these trafficking in person cases. Trafficking in person should be discussed, debated, and raised in all levels of schools so that learners become aware of preventive measures. The government should allocate more resources for construction of shelters and direct assistance to victims of trafficking. The government should allocate special funds for enhancing capacity for law enforcers, judicial officers, the National Coordination Committee and protection officers for TIP case management. Children who are survivors of trafficking should be considered of being supported in education through school fees bursaries. Pertaining to children's rights in education, it was submitted that the government should increase the budget towards loans so that it caters for students who have qualified for tertiary education in government schools. The member states should also intervene in accommodation and food services which are provided to children in tertiary education so that they become accessible to neediest children. Further, government should also consider increasing secondary school bursary for the neediest children who are failing to continue their secondary school education due to school fees challenge. It was mentioned that some communities are isolated in the far-flung places which makes accessing both primary and secondary schools a challenge. To this effect, it was proposed that government in SADC region should consider upgrading junior primary schools to full primary schools so that access to primary education is achievable by more children. Submission on enhancing youth participation and representation in Malawi, a call to action. The committee heard that youth constitute a significant demographic across the SADC region. Thus, their meaningful involvement in the socio-political landscape is vital for the development and stability of our nations. The submission shedded light on the current status of youth participation in Malawi, the magnitude of the problem, and provided recommendations to SADC for fostering greater youth inclusion. It was mentioned that Malawi's youth demography, like many countries in the Southern African development, had a significant youth population. According to National Statistics Office of Malawi, as of most recent data available, 2021, approximately 70% of Malawi's population was under the age of 30, with the median age being around 18 years old. This demographic fact underscored the pivotal role that youth play in the nation's development and governance. However, despite the youth's numerical strength, their participation and representation in Malawi's political processes and decision-making mechanisms remain significantly limited. Several challenges were cited as contributing to this problem. 1, limited access to education. A large population of Malawi's youth lacks access to quality education, hindering their political awareness and civic engagement. 2, political exclusion. Youth are often excluded from political parties and leadership positions, preventing them from actively participating in shaping the nation's future. 3, economic marginalization. High youth unemployment rates and limited economic opportunities discourage political engagement among the youth. 4, cultural and gender barriers. Socioeconomic norms and gender disparities restrict the involvement of young women in politics. 5, lack of civic education. There is shortage of programs and initiatives aimed at educating the youth about their civic rights and responsibilities. Statistics to provide a clear picture of the issue's magnitude. Here are some key statistics. Less than 2% of members of parliament in Malawi are under the age of 35. Youth voter turnout is significantly lower than that of older generation. Only a fraction of the national budget is allocated to youth development programs. In this regard, the following recommendations were highlighted. 1, promote inclusive education. Encourage Malawi to invest in quality education and vocational training for youth, fostering their civic awareness and capacity. 2, support youth political participation, advocate for inclusive policies within political parties and electoral systems to ensure youth representation at all levels of government. 3, economic empowerment, assist Malawi in creating job opportunities, entrepreneurship programs, and vocational training for youth. 4, civic education support initiative that provide civic education and raise awareness about the importance of youth engagement in democracy. 5, gender equality. Encourage Malawi to implement gender-sensitive policies and programs that address the unique challenges faced by young women in politics. 6, monitoring and evaluation. Collaborate with Malawi to establish mechanisms for monitoring progress in youth participation and representation. In conclusion, addressing the issue of youth participation and representation in Malawi is not only a matter of social justice, but also crucial for the nation's sustainable development and political stability. It was further proposed that SADC support and collaboration with Malawi in implementing the recommendation will contribute significantly to empowering the youth and ensuring their voices are heard in shaping Malawi's future. The 6th submission chair said, how can intersecting forms of discrimination and inequality faced by women and youth, particularly those from marginalized backgrounds, be better recognized and addressed in policies and programs. This was from our colleagues from Disability Advocate and Founder Hope Resurrection Trust, Zimbabwe. The committee was informed that through the submission that women living with disability faced intersectional challenges. As women living with disability, they did not only face hardships due to being disabled, but instead, they also faced other demeaning problems such as poverty, exclusion, and exclusion. The submitter highlighted that to address the situation, it was cardinal to increase accessibility and inclusion of people with disability. It was indicated that the inclusion of sign language and involving people with disability would help to address intersectionality. Further, there is need to have positive discrimination that facilitates for increase of resources going to people with disability, as well as remove physical barriers to prepare living with disability by increasing holding activities like meeting virtually with all additions, such as the sign language that we had that time, underwrites, visual activities, active. Further, the presenter called on both the public and corporate institutions to take deliberate actions of employing people with disability. When such actions are taken, they must be viewed from the rights and social models perspective, not the charity model perspective. Chair, there was another 7th presentation, a call for action towards climate justice and youth SRHR case of the area surrounding Lake Chirwa. Caroline Mukandawire submitted this. The submitter indicated that the submission was based on a case of the riverbank of Lake Chirwa in Malawi, post-Cyclone Freddy in Malawi 2023. It was submitted that more than 1,607 people were affected by Cyclone Freddy. Further, it was indicated that approximately 511 people died. 563 people were displaced, and 533 people were missing, with a good number yet to be traced. In addition, the mudslides also caused buildings to be demolished, and the presenter emphasized infrastructures such as schools and health facilities. The implication of the cited challenges due to cyclone were that there were high school dropouts, high numbers of girls involved in unprotected sex, increase in forced marriages, as well as the high incidence of teenage pregnancy and sexually transmitted diseases. This situation made some of the women frustrated due to burden of needing to manage the households under hard circumstances, such as poverty and children, indulging in vices. The committee heard from the submission that to redress the situation, there was need to enhance education and youth empowerment programs, such as investment in education and vocational infrastructure, create employment for the youth to keep them busy and avoid indulging in irresponsible actions, and promote gender equality and women empowerment. Further, they demanded that mobile clinics be operationalized to facilitate for key sexual reproductive health rights services to be taken to victims of cyclone community. Furthermore, there was a call to enhance the registration services and awareness raising to track young girls who may be forced into early marriages. In addition, there was a call to institute mechanisms that would elevate people from poverty, such as promotion of backyard gardening to reduce their community's vulnerability. In addition, the submission called for promotion of income generating activities, such as promotion of small to medium enterprises, as well as livelihoods. Finally, the submitter indicated that it was vital that the communities develop resilience through the improved early warning systems, promoting of risk reduction, training, as well as promoting community-led disaster systems. There was the 8th presentation, call for youth inclusion approaches in line with the African Charter, on youth by Tumelo, a young lady from Lesotho. It was submitted that the world's population seemed to be increasing investmenting in quality wage and self-employment, which fell short of the youth's goals and aspirations, leaving self-employment, leaving a growing pool of young job seekers with an insufficient number of decent jobs. Many education systems were struggling to equip young people with the relevant skills to meet employer expectations and sustain self-employment towards solving the problems facing the youth of today. The COVID-19 pandemic and related global recession intensified the socioeconomic challenges facing the youth, thereby diminishing much of the gains made in recent years for their development of the young people's empowerment. Youth employment remained a global crisis. Notwithstanding, there have been efforts to combat the crisis and challenges affecting the young, such as strengthen youth-led entrepreneurship, empowering a generation of young people to fully engage as part of their societies, as well as enhancing interventions that uphold youth inclusive. The submitter uploaded the SADC Parliamentary Forum for bringing parliament to the people. They cited the African Youth Charter that outlines young citizens' rights and responsibilities, affirming the youth as partners, assets, and prerequisites for sustainable development and for peace and prosperity of Africa. They bemoaned the sad perception of viewing the young as not important to the current discourse on how to drive Africa towards development and prosperity. The submission indicated that there were no tools and mechanisms to promote entrepreneurship and prevent sector participation nor access to funds, relevant skills, and information. The submitter shared the case of Lesotho, where they indicated that government of Lesotho adopted national youth policy in 2018, which sets out how the youth want their issues to be handled. The submitter also bemoaned the suspension of Youth Council by the former Deputy Prime Minister in 2015 because it was a platform for youth empowerment. Other aspects were highlighted about Lesotho, such as high youth unemployment rates due to inadequate technical skills, dropping out of school, limited work experience. Some employers preferred experienced labor. Mismatch between labor market needs and skills, lack of entrepreneur skills and venture capital, lack of access to finance, lack of political participation in decision-making, closely linked to social exclusion. According to 2016 Lesotho population census, 39.6% of the population is youth aged 15 to 35, with a median age of 24. This population have a tremendous negative impact on the development of Lesotho. For example, evidence indicates that youth unemployment has contributed to an increase to HIV/AIDS, 38% and 31% male, and drug and substantive abuse, 20.8%, smoke tobacco, 19.7%, drink alcohol. According to Lesotho Population Survey of 2016, due to lack of jobs, the youth dependency ratio has increased from 40% in 2006 to 60.9% in 2016, heavily impacting the ability of households to pull themselves out of poverty due to reduced income and consumption patterns. Policy framework to youth in SADC region. The committee heard that SAWOF is a regional development platform for youth in Southern Africa. They are building leaders through the youth development model, which has 4 lenses, approaches, and Ps, which are participation, partnership, primacy of youth, possibilities, priorities, policy, and Pan-Africanism. Further, SIOF is the official convener of SADC Youth Parliament. SIOF is the convener of annual SADC Youth Forum, which brings youth from 16 SADC member states to proffer solutions, influence policy, and ensure inclusion of youth at national and regional level. Young people constitute over 60% of the total population in SADC and in Africa in general. The demographic dividend must be harnessed in terms of economic, social, cultural, political, environment, and technological. Young people form the basis for every political economy to develop. As such, they are workforce and they are innovators. This demographic dividend must be harnessed to facilitate for effective and sustainable participation of youth in decision-making processes at national, regional, and international level. Economic emancipation should be the center of policy narrative in the region. An empowerment generation with access to resources is a development and patriotic generation. The submissions highlighted 3 issues affecting youth in the region, namely poverty and unemployment. Because it is pervasive in the SADC region, more than 45% of the total population of 360 SADC 2018 lived in absolute poverty. As the population increases, absolute number of people living in absolute poverty is estimated to rise from 88 million to 130 million by 2040. The youth are likely to be affected by such phenomena proportional their numeric dominance. Globally, it is 13.3%, just above the globe rate of 12.5%. Furthermore, unemployment is the main contributor to worsening level of poverty among the youth of the region. Policies must, however, be tailored to address youth unemployment. The submission highlighted the then shared key policies that speak to the inclusion of young people. In analysis to the list of indicated, the SADC does not have a building protocol for youth. During the 3rd SADC Youth Forum, officiated by His Excellency Dr. Tax, the former Executive Secretary of SADC, the young people through the Lilongwe SADC Youth Declaration called for the enactment of a SADC Youth Protocol. To this effect, they called for process to be expedited and enhance the advocacy of SADC Youth Protocol for ease of alignment, implementation, coordination, and monitoring of policies. They also offered partners with SADC PF for regional youth consultation on the protocol and model law. Further recommended that there is need to undertake a scoping study on existing regional and national policies and programs to identify the strengths and gaps. Furthermore, the following recommendations were proposed. 1, member states to strengthen their oversight role of parliaments on the youth empowerment policies and legislative implementation. Advocate for legislative reforms, establish formal platforms for enhanced engagement with youth organizations on a regular basis. For instance, establish regular parliamentary hearings on youth. Ensure depolitization of national youth agencies and equitable access to national youth development funds. Conduct reviews of national youth policies to respond to the current and emerging challenges. Support a regional internship and mentoring program for youth in parliaments. For example, SADC Youth Parliamentary has a mentorship program for youth. This may be through the establishment of SADC Youth Academy in partnership with SADC PF, among others. The 10th presentation, Chair, was that how can regional and continental economic policies, including AFCFTA, be harnessed to promote women and youth economic inclusion, entrepreneurship, access to financial resources, and close the gender pay gap for marginalized women, young girls, and youth. The committee was informed that there was a lower utilization of tariff preferences by women, micro, small, medium enterprises because of not being aware of the trade agreements. Limited information available about the specific benefits and custom authorities not willing to implement the terms of the agreements, which is significantly prevalent with women-led firms to improve their situation. There was no need to support required access to productive resources, financial inclusion, digital solutions to trade, gender-responsive trade facility, ICBTs and STRs, and improving statistical information. Further, the agreement established the African continent for free trade area is governed by the principal Article 5, the implication for trade and gender in Africa Free Trade Area. This is driven by the member states of the African Union. The REX free trade areas are building blocks for the Africa Free Trade Area. The agreement establishing the Africa Free Trade Area preambles recognizes the importance of the international security, democracy rights, gender equality, and the rule of law for the development of international trade and economic cooperation. It was indicated that in 2020, the Assembly of Heads of State and Government decision to include the Protocol on Women and Youth in the trade broadened the inclusiveness in the operation of the Africa Free Trade Area through interventions that support young African women. And small, medium enterprises, as well as integrating informal cross-border traders into formal economy by implementing the simplified trade regime. The African Union Assembly decided to concretize this commitment in February 2022 by including a protocol on women and youth in trade in the scope of African Free Agreement. Presentation 11, challenges faced by youth with albinism and possible solutions. The committee heard that persons with albinism are among the key and vulnerable populations in Zimbabwe, with special needs which are far from being met. In view of the above, the submissions which are characterized in social, political, and economic challenges and possible solutions, the submission indicated that socially, there are still high levels of stigma and discrimination against youth with albinism in their diversity in Zimbabwe, leading to the exclusion from a number of life-changing gatherings, and to those who participated ending up feeling as outcasts. Some of these gatherings may not be limited in family function, church and political gatherings, as well as schools. To address this situation, the submission proposed that there should be a concerted effort in challenging stigma and discriminating against this community in this gender, disability, age, and sexuality diversity, as to increase community awareness and appreciation about albinism community and albinism at large. The presenter submitted that there are economic opportunities such as access to employment, life skills, financial support for those who may need livelihood projects, as well as access to markets for those in business, as access to visibility platforms. Therefore, in responding to this, there is need for states and all its strategic partners together with all its operators to champion comprehensive albinism mainstreaming in all current, ongoing, and future economic projects, programs, and interventions as to improve the living, learning, and working conditions of the community. Furthermore, there is limited meaningful engagement and active participation by persons with albinism in their diversity, with political activities such as being members of political parties, attending political rallies, and other political gatherings. being election observers, polling agents, and officers being candidates of political parties or stand as independent candidates. There is a need to ensure that political parties and government are sensitive on the need to appreciate and promote diversity by allowing meaningful engagements and active participation by persons with albinism in the political life. This entails taking deliberate actions that facilitate for actionable inclusion. In addition, disability policies at political party level cannot be underestimated if Zimbabwe is to achieve inclusion of persons with albinism. Persons with albinism themselves need to be mentored as well as capacitated in order for them to gain assertiveness and have eagerness to participate in politics. To effectively address the information and knowledge gap among people living with albinism, there is need to offer client-centered and specialized service. For instance, free education to this vulnerable population was cited in the submission. In addition, this government must create more awareness about the existing educational opportunities for this population. Mechanisms for gender-responsive national budgets to address needs and rights of women and youth, young persons from Zimbabwe. The committee was informed by the submission that national budgets must start catering for women and the young by integrating mechanisms and initiatives that are responsive to the needs of women and youth. In light of this, the submission tackled key aspects that make an effective gender-responsive national budget. These include gender and youth impact assessments. These are useful because they help people to understand how a budget will impact the women and the youth. Analyze budget from a gender-responsive perspective. This helps to understand how a budget is likely to affect the women and the young people. With such information, it helps policymakers to make equitable decisions and distribution of public resources among different groupings. Stakeholder consultative and participation engagement. This entails involving youth and women in every stage of the budget, such as planning, formulation, and implementation, and monitoring. These consultative initiatives can be undertaken in the outreach programs, such as roadshows, town hall meetings, and exhibitions. Capacity building for women and youth. These facilitate for better understanding of budget intricacies, and through these women and youth to actively participate in national budget. Gender-responsive budgeting advocacy help to promote gender-sensitive policies that enhance the responsiveness of policy around the budget. Gender-based responsive data collection and analysis gender and youth mainstreaming helps to integrate matters of youth and women in all stages of the budget, such as planning, formulation, implementation, as well as monitoring as the planning. The targeted programs and services. This entails putting up programs that address women's needs. For instance, putting up education, economic activities, and quality health facilities. Enhance monitoring and evaluation. This will help to evaluate, to track the milestones we achieve and redress shortcomings around matters of gender equality. In addition, helps to evaluate impact of budget on women. Legislative and policy framework that target women and youth. The laws should promote youth and women inclusivity. System of accountability and transparency. This allows for budget scrutiny, which opens for all, including youth and women. This entails publishing public documents and finding, among others, identify and develop champions for gender and youth in budget matters. This is when individuals in government or CSOs who are driven to advocate for policy change. For instance, youth parliament in Zimbabwe has key ambassadors who are advocates for budgetary adjustments. In concluding, it is important to note that there is need to have a combination of data aggregate, gender responsive budgeting, capacity building, stakeholder participation, and advocacy to foster inclusion. Youth development determines continental development by Raymond Mazamba. The committee held that the nations will only develop when youth involvement in the national affairs that inform policy direction. It was indicated that Africa continent is the youngest, with children and youth below 30 years making up to 60%. It was submitted that young people can make progressive investments, successfully engage in education, and be dependent on diligently undertake tasks. However, the observation is that youth put in a worse situation because they cannot find employment. There is an absence of quality jobs. They are unemployed in the current times. They live in a system that has perpetuated social exclusion of youth. After struggling to acquire some formal education, very few can transition to formal employment due to demands for experience, lack of interest to train people as interns, as well as the interest to make profit at all costs. This state of affairs where young people are not empowered facilitates for perpetual poverty. The solution to this is to increase the scale of stipends so that youth, as they acquire experience, earn a responsible income. Secondly, there is need for deliberate action that create opportunities for youth to access generating opportunities. Further, youth must be trained in academic fields as well as skills careers. The submission contended that there is intersectionality of being young as well as facing gender inequality. The submission further elucidated that there is a correlation between development and gender equality. To this effect, it is important to train young women to enable them be empowered. However, girls are hampered with accessing training opportunities. The situation has been exacerbated by limiting access to vocational training facilities. Studies have demonstrated that girls' participation in technical vocational schools is significantly low. So the proposal is for government to fund these vocational schools as well as initiate policy that facilitates for these technical schools. The submission then called on Parliament to promote policy that positively access vocational training. Parliaments can do this by asking oversight questions around the subject matter and by asking questions such as how many girls were enrolled. By gender, if there is significant disparity between the two genders, why? Further, how many women in the vocational culture of, should enact legislation that is responsible to youth and women, education and training. In conclusion, SADC region needs to foster a culture of gender equality and inclusivity that cultivates an environment of inclusivity which naturally contributes to girls' flourishing and growth, which in their long run significantly contributes to the gross domestic product of the country. Advancing women and youth agenda, leveraging on economic policies for inclusion. Mozambique. The submission was based on the experience of a project that was implemented in 2021, whose objective was to stop girls from having unintended pregnancies, as well as engaging in early marriages. The project, in addressing the situation, used the strategy of encouraging girls to stay in schools. The rationale was that when girls are educated, even the future generation benefits because the cycle of poverty is stopped. Further, the project interrogated the policies by inquiring if they were responsive to the needs of the women and the youth. The inclusivity interrogation was escalated to regional and global level commitments and instruments. Overall, the goal was to ensure that youth and women are not marginalized. To this effect, the recommendation was that policies should be responsive to needs of rural youth and women. Government should put up deliberate steps to provide job opportunities for women as well as entrepreneurship. Further, women should be empowered with skills to enable them become attractive to employers. A submission by the general public. A submission was made by Nyashi from Zimbabwe, who indicated that deaf women in Zimbabwe face challenges such as discrimination. She cited examples of discrimination of deaf women during job interviews, business tender, awarding. She contended that one of the ways of addressing the situation was through the provision of sign language. Considering this, she called on SADC PF to facilitate for sign language to be recognized both at regional and domestically. Another submission was made by Kudani Mutelo, also from Zimbabwe, who asserted that persons with disabilities were mostly not included during policy formulation and implementation. She urged SADC PF to take deliberate steps to train people with disabilities to enable them effectively participate in policy matters. She further called on people living with disability to mobilize themselves so that they could engage in regional activities. Finally, she indicated that it was important to continually invite people with disabilities. Point 8, Chair. Deliberations by members on issues raised, recommendations for the 54th plenary. Some members of the committee deliberated on public hearing submissions and reflected as follows, as follows. The member of parliament from Seychelles observed that submissions demonstrated the challenges faced by people living with disabilities. She cited their concerns of physical barriers in terms of transport system, inaccessibility in terms of infrastructure, internalized oppression, stigmatization, and inferiority. To address the situation, she re-echoed the proposal that people living with disabilities be part of SADC standing committees. This will enable people living with disabilities to speak for themselves. She also demanded that people with disabilities be empowered through trainings and mentorship to enable them become assertive and confident. Pertaining to the youth development and empowerment, she explained that there was need to consider the compounding challenges that affected certain youths. She explained that being a youth came with the challenges, but youth living with disability had multiple challenges, which were compounded further if such a youth is a girl. In the spirit of leaving no one behind, she urged national parliaments to pay attention to intersectional challenges that certain people faced. These challenges could be intersectional challenges that certain people face, These challenges could be disability, gender inequality, lack of income, lack of health care, climate change, discrimination, among others. Therefore, she called on member states to involve the youth in the solution-making process to their problems, as their voices could help address the real problems they were facing, because they would have been taken into account when policies are being made. Further, policies would also be responsive to young women living with disabilities. The member of parliament from Angola stated that involving women in decision-making is an important aspect of empowering women. She shared that Angola, had made great strides in improving gender parity and avoiding discrimination.
Sorry, Former. Through the Honorable Chair, I'm looking at the time, it's 11 o'clock now.
Yes. And
I
I've been
don't know
reading.
how many pages are remaining, because we should also be mindful of time. We have got presenters that they also have some commitments. Otherwise, basically what she's reading out, Honorable Chair, The thing that you had already made a report to plenary, and the plenary made a resolution on the issue that she's reading out, following your recommendation that you made during the public hearing. So perhaps in the interest of time, if we still have so many pages remaining, I would have suggested that perhaps you could just gloss over them instead of reading the rest of the parts that are remaining. Then members can quickly confirm the minutes. Then we do the matters arising so that we can jump into other agenda items. Otherwise, we may end up keeping the resource persons forever, and perhaps we may end up inconveniencing them in terms of their program. Submitted for your consideration, Chair, in terms of the time. Thank you. You may wish to unmute, Honorable Chair. You are still muted.
Thank you for the guidance. And I'm thanking Mrs. Former Amabele Mulewa so much for taking us through. There's only one page remaining, and she was just finalizing. That's why I did not interrupt her. But then this has given us a privilege for those who attended the meeting and those who did not attend. We can now see what is happening in our SADC region. It was a very important meeting. While we all know what did all those who attended deliberate on. And since it was a public hearing, we really gathered a lot of information from people from outside. It was an open meeting, and that's why I just allowed her to continue. Otherwise, we have only one page remaining, and she was just about to go to the conclusion. Thank you. Secretariat.
If it is one page, then perhaps you can just conclude, then you can consider matters arising, then you move on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Informa, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director. The honorable members from outside from, where was I? Okay. The honorable member from Madagascar called on member parliaments to ignite cordial conversations of abortion. In the same vein, parliaments legislate laws for safety, health, and education of youth and women. The honorable member from South Africa explained that policies and constitutions differ from one parliament to another, but some collective action could be undertaken under the following thematic areas as follows. GBV, prevention and support. She urged fellow parliamentarians to strengthen domestic legislation and policy by aligning it to SADC regional instruments to address GBV effectively. Secondly, member states' countries should advocate for cross-border collaboration and harmonization of laws to address GBV with SADC. Thirdly, she urged member states to allocate resources for specifically GBV prevention, survival services, and support programs, including rehabilitation services. Finally, she encouraged member states to establish parliamentary committees or caucuses or task forces on GBV to drive legislation, action, and oversight. Under economic inclusion and empowerment, she called on member states to advocate for budgetary allocation that prioritized women and youth economic empowerment programs. She also proposed that caucuses be established on women and youth entrepreneurship to shape policies and provide oversight on economic empowerment programs. Under youth development and gender equality, she asserted that Parliament should legislate and pass policies that enhance well-being of young people to access quality education and skills development. She also proposed that Parliament advocates for youth representation in Parliament structures such as committees to ensure their voices are heard. Youth political participation and gender equality, she contended that there is need to advocate for legislation reforms that eliminate barriers to youth political participation within SADC regions, countries, and promote gender balance in parliamentary representation by implementing quota systems or affirmative measures. She further encouraged SADC parliaments to provide platforms that are focused on youth policy discussions and consultations. Eliminating barriers to skills development, she called for the push for legislation that eliminates gender-based discrimination and barriers to education. She further indicated the need to allocate budgets that enhance education provisions, specifically to marginalized areas. Furthermore, she urged fellow parliamentarians to support initiatives that address specific challenges, such as early marriages, teenage pregnancies, and school dropout among girls. Finally, she proposed the promotion of legislation approaches that enhance gender-responsive budgets within SADC parliaments. Gender-responsive national budget. She demanded the need to advocate for inclusive gender analysis and impact assessment in budget acquisition making processes, as well as to create mechanisms for budget scrutiny proposals to ensure gender and youth considerations are prioritized. Under recognition of intersexual and non-discrimination, she indicated the need to advocate for inclusion of marginalized groups in the parliamentary structure, such as committees and other key forums. She called on the need to develop policies and programs tailored to meet the need of diverse marginalized communities. Finally, she called on the need to promote parliamentary debates and discussions specifically focused on international discrimination and social justice. Closing remarks by our chairperson. Madam Chair, in your closing remarks, you thanked all the participants for their very useful contributions. You went on to applaud the individuals and institutions for the thought-provoking submissions. Considering the cardinal and unique role of parliaments in governance, you mentioned that they challenged the committees members to utilize the knowledge, the committee members to utilize the knowledge to advocate for women equality and enhance youth involvement in their member states. Further, Madam Chair, you called on the committee members to keep abreast of latest development trends obtaining not only in the region or in Africa, but the globe as a whole. You contended, Chair, that the information obtained would augment the oversight responsibility in the matters of equal gender representation. Madam Chair, you expressed gratitude to the Secretary General and her team for their commitment and hard working in facilitating the successful meeting of the public hearing. There being no further business, Chair, you close the meeting at 16:28 hours. I thank you.
Thank you again, Mrs. Ifoma, and thank you all who were listening to us. Having said so, may I now ask if there are any corrections to be made, because we are going through anybody. May any of you show up the hand? I don't see any. So I invite
Madam Chair.
any member.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I see a hand.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. I cannot see the icon for raising the hand on my side, but I would like to make a correction. Yeah, sorry, I cannot see the icon for raising the hand on my side. I don't know why, but we have a correction. We have a correction on item 7.12. Page 21 of 26.
21 of 26?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, 21 of 26. Let me get my page 21 of 26.
Para.
Okay, 21 of 26, 7.12.
Yes.
Where it says gender and youth impact assessment. Item 1, gender and youth impact assessments. These are useful because they help people to understand how a budget will impact on women. I think it should be they. If we leave it like this, it won't make any sense. We have to correct it.
Okay, thank you. Taken. I did the
Okay.
same. Taken.
Yeah, this was my observation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Any other hand? Well, I just want to correct my name in between. It read Joseph, but my name is Shirley Josepha with an A, Raymond. And another thing, closing remarks were made by Honorable Vice Chairperson Paula Cooper. She did the closing remarks. Having said so, may I now request you, any of you, one of you, to move for the adoption of the minutes. Do you hear me? Hello?
Madam
Who
Chairperson,
moves? Yes, who moves for the adoption of the minutes?
I so move. Honorable Chairperson,
Yes,
Paula Cooper submit.
okay. Who second you?
Motion.
Someone second you? Hello?
Say
Someone to,
motion seconded, Madam Chair.
thank you so much,
You're
Honorable
welcome.
Reid. So now, may I announce that the minutes are duly adopted. We move to matters arising, and I'm sure all of you have the matrix. Resolutions and actions taken are put in a matrix. They appear in a matrix, 2 pages. Secretariat, please. Mrs. Ifoma, are you there?
Yes, Chair, I'm here. I'm just remit.
Thank you so much. I'm sure by now you are thirsty. Just sip for a little water and take us through the matrix, please.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm okay. Thank you for your care.
You did a very good job.
Thank you. So under 1.1, one of the resolutions was the need to explore strategies to expediting the domestication of SADC model law on gender-based violence and the identification of concrete steps that could be considered to proactively prevent GBV in communities and ensure comprehensive support and justice for survivors. The status is that it was in progress. The action in terms of remarks, the Secretariat has established a technical working group on GBV to provide technical and financial support to domestication of the GBV model law. Secondly, Madam Chair, the Secretariat has developed a framework for raising awareness and promoting domestication of the SADC model law on gender-based violence. The framework prioritizes Parliament's role in combating GBV and draws from past experiences, notably a prototype workshop that was organized in collaboration with Parliament and Government of Malawi and partners in June 2023. The framework calls for collaborative structures to be established at community, district, and national levels to facilitate dialogue, knowledge sharing, coordination among other government agencies, civil society organizations, leaders, and partners. The framework also provides for a coordination mechanism based on a joint action plan with the primary goal of disseminating the SADC model law on GBV, particularly in grassroots and underserved areas where it is most needed. Currently, similar initiatives were underway in Zambia and Zimbabwe with partners like Plan International and UN Women with plans for replication across all SADC regions, depending on availability of resources. 1.2 Chair, the call for advocate for measures to tackle the issues of youth political exclusion, economic marginalization, and unemployment by developing policies and frameworks that address the specific needs of young people and empower them to voice the concerns effectively. Again, Madam Chair, under that, it is in progress. The upcoming cycle in terms of actions taken, the upcoming cycle of the German Technical GEWAYD, Australian Development Agency project will contain a significant focus on youth development and empowerment. This will include intergenerational dialogues with MPs and the use of digital tools to enhance youth political engagement. Additionally, the project will intentionally engage parliaments to pay attention to the intersecting challenges faced by young people, such as disability, gender inequality, limited income, inadequate healthcare, climate change, and discrimination. The Secretary General of SADC-PF has been actively championing the youth agenda. This includes agreeing to serve as a patron of both SADC Youth Forum and the SADC Youth Parliament. Moreover, the Secretariat is engaging in fruitful collaboration with youth-led organizations like the SADC Youth Forum and the Southern Africa SRHR Trust to promote youth participation in SADC PF activities, including the domestication of model laws. As for 1.3, the call for parliaments to address gender inequalities by promoting gender equality and enhancing women's representation in political and decision-making roles through the enactment of enforcement of policies and legislation that advance women's rights and participation. The work is in progress. Action taken. The Secretariat is forging partnerships with key stakeholders, including the UN Women, to empower GEWAYD members on vital issues concerning women's political participation. For instance, UN Women is providing resource persons at its cost for this session to enhance members' understanding of the crucial role of parliaments in addressing violence against women in elections and politics across the SADC region. In addition, discussions are ongoing with UN Women and other partners regarding the dissemination of findings from the regional-wide study on challenges faced by women in political participation in the SADC region, which SADC-PF undertook in 2022. Chair, the need to address challenges faced by youth with albinism in SADC region. The Secretariat is placing a strong emphasis on enhancing the knowledge capacity of MPs in promoting human rights and implementing a human rights approach across all its programs. Following the adoption of the principle of guidelines for parliaments in promoting human rights in SADC region in 2022, efforts are now focused on disseminating the instruments widely. Special attention will be given to the rights of young people with albinism in line with the recommendation of GEWAYD community. This includes addressing stigma and discrimination faced by youth with albinism, which often leads to serious human rights violations such as murder and mutilation of their bodies in some cases. We move on.
Thank you very much. It's done.
That's the end, yes. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, yes, it's done. Thank you very much, Ifoma. And now, having heard that, may I ask all the honorable members if there is anything which we didn't include in our matters arising? Someone to remind us, but this is what we took aboard. For that case then.
Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
May I come? Okay, I told you I have a problem on my side to get the icon that raised the hand. I don't know why. I can't find it. But I just want, okay, I wanted to do a small intervention. Regarding the 7.11, regarding the issue of albinism. Okay, are you hearing me?
On the matters arising?
On the matter arising, yes. I know there was a lot of, yeah, 7.11.
We don't have 7 in this.
We have
We have a
7.1
matrix on
challenges faced by the youth with albinism and possible solution. Okay, I just wanted to say that I think it is time for us to declassify albinism as a disability.
I agree.
As long as we keep classifying albinism as a disability, the youth will face a lot of marginalization. They will face stigma. Once we are able to declassify albinism as a disability, as in Seychelles, we don't classify it as a disability. So it will be easier for them to be empowered. And the human rights approach would be much easier for the youth living with albinism. This was my submission, Madam Chair, for consideration.
Thank you very much, Honorable Reggie. But in our report, it was not classified as disability. That's why it did not come under that group of disability. It stood on its own.
Okay.
Albinism came as albinism. It was not under disability. And
it doesn't come under disability, okay.
When we are going through, it was not under disability. It just came as its own, on its own, because it have special needs. Do we agree?
I agree, even though I'm not comfortable with it. Okay. I can accept the explanation.
Okay. Having accepted the matters arising, I am tempted because now what follows, it was me to give you a report of our visit in Germany. But if I may consider what our director, Joseph Manz, just said, that those people who are taking us through the presentations have waited for so long, I suggest that my report come later. Director, are you there?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I'm here. Perhaps with the concurrence of the members, we could proceed the way you are suggesting, Honorable Chair. Indeed, we are a bit behind schedule. So if your guidance is perhaps that we jump into presentations, then when we have time, that's when you can come back there, because that is generally an internal matter. But
yes,
the one that is evolving now,
can just circulate it and everyone will read it.
Exactly. Sure.
So
if the members are in agreement, perhaps we could proceed that way, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, do you agree with what I just suggested? Someone to come up and support, please. That we continue with the presentations.
Chairperson, I second that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Then you could move on, Chair. You could move on.
Shall we also skip the housekeeping announcements? Secretariat?
Yes, Chair. Yes, that's fine.
Because everyone was ready to drink tea or was doing it since he or she was muted. So we go straight to item 7. Agenda number 7. Director Joseph, are you there? What followed are the,
Yes.
are the presentations then? Session 1,
Yes.
Understanding Violence Against Women in Elections in South Africa.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I hope the committee secretary should be able to confirm the availability of the presenters, and then she can invite, if she has confirmed, she can invite the first presenter. And if there is a biodata or a brief biodata for the presenter, the secretary can read out, then on your behalf, we'll invite the first presenter to make a presentation. So perhaps you need to invite your secretary to facilitate that.
Mrs. Ifoma.
Thank you, Chair. We're moving on to the session, as you've guided, session 1, which will look at understanding violence against women in elections in the Southern region. We shall have Ms. Antonio Gabala Sodono from UN Women Special Representative. I hope I got the name correctly. Head of Liaison to African Union Commission and the Economic Commission for Africa. We should have had, maybe Maureen is logged in, Maureen Shonga, the Regional Policy Analyst, but she had indicated to me that her colleague Tafazwa shall sit in for her. What I know is our colleagues are on the call the last time I checked. So colleagues, you can pick it up.
Carry on. Proceed, please. I mean, proceed.
Chair, let me just try. Yes.
Hello, this is Fadzai Trakino representing UN Women, and I'm seated in the Zimbabwe office. Maureen might have just stepped out. Maureen, are you still in? I see that she's still connected. Maybe I could just proceed with my presentation if she's not yet connected, and then she would she was going to give the remarks. Or she's in. Thank you. Yes, great. Thank you, Morgan. Over to you.
Thank you so much. All protocol observed. I will now give the remarks on behalf of UN Women, and apologies that we have been experiencing some Wi-Fi connectivity in West Africa. And so bear with me, please, if I don't, I'm not audible, but I think it should be clear now. Please let me know if you're hearing me. Kindly confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much, distinguished parliamentarians, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Thank you so much for giving me the floor. It is a privilege and an honor to be part of this meeting for the SADC Parliamentary Forum statutory meeting. We don't take it lightly as UN Women, and it's a privilege to engage on these critical issues. Madam Antonia would have loved to have been here, but unfortunately she is no longer able to join us, and so has mandated that I represent her. But she sends her greetings and her regards to all of you. I'm representing UN Women today to deliver on this very momentous occasion, these remarks, and allow me to thank you for this invitation, and particularly to thank you for putting the spotlight on this important topic of violence against women in politics, especially this session that is really going to do a deep dive into all of this. We commend you for all the efforts that you are putting in place and that you have been putting in place to promote gender equality, including pushing for the implementation of regional normative frameworks. Over the last few years, working together with our partners, UN Women has been at the forefront of the advancement of gender equality through our programming and support. Over 80 parliaments all over the world have been supported to enact gender-responsive laws and budgets. They have been supported to enhance parliamentary oversight, adopt institutional policies with the aim to increase the number of gender-sensitive parliaments worldwide. UN Women stands ready to continue working with parliaments, and particularly the SADC Parliamentary Forum and the Women's Caucus, to achieve gender equality and social justice for women's rights. Honorable members, you have an important role to play in creating gender equal societies. As both lawmakers and as overseers of legislation, you can be the key drivers of change. Allow me to share some strategies on how this can be done practically for your consideration. On advancing women's participation, your leadership can help to ensure that women are part of decision-making in equal numbers by adopting temporary special measures, including ambitious gender quotas to achieve the goal of 50-50 gender balance at all levels of elected positions as agreed by member states during the 65th session of the Commission of the Status of Women and is captured in the Maputo Protocol. While progress may be slow, change is possible. Nearly 3/4 of the world's members of parliament are men. Only 27 countries have a woman head of state or government. At the global rate of change, it is estimated that gender equality or gender parity in national legislative bodies will not be achieved before 2063. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not acceptable. We need to do more. Over the years, we have seen that well-designed and effectively designed quotas have led to triple the number of countries with gender-balanced parliaments, with those with less than 20% representation of women almost halved. So we see that critically well-designed, implemented quotas are making a difference. The next issue is adopting and reforming the necessary legislation to end discrimination. There is power in the law. Currently, more than 2.5 billion women and girls worldwide are negatively affected by discriminatory laws. Legalized and institutionalized misogyny remains present on every continent. In 23 countries, the minimum age of marriage of girls is below 18. 98 countries do not legally provide for remuneration for work of equal value. You might say, why is this important? Because finances are important for women to take part in politics. Opportunities are important for girls if they are left in school for a longer period. Hence, minimum age of girls being over 18 is important. In 71 countries, women are not entitled to paid maternity leave. What does this mean? Women will drop out of the workplace, and this will reduce the income for families. So discriminatory laws hold women and girls back from reaching their full potential. It is also holding all the countries from achieving sustainable development goals, the global agenda for people, planet, and prosperity by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, repealing discriminatory laws and following up on their implementation is a matter of agency. No one is better positioned to do this than you. No one is better positioned to look at laws that discriminate against women, even in the political space. Looking at institutionalizing gender sensitivity in parliaments. Honorable members, be bold and take the lead in transforming parliaments into more inclusive institutions and set an example for others. This is possible by strengthening women's voices through their balanced representation in the work of parliamentary committees, or through dedicated women's parliamentary networks. Through our work with parliament caucuses over the years, we saw how effective these parliamentary bodies are, working across political parties and around common goals for gender equality and women's empowerment. Allow me now to turn my attention to the topic of the day, prevention and response to address all forms of violence against women in politics. This is critical. Ending violence against women is one of UN Women's top priorities. UN Women support states to promote women's equal participation in political and public life, and a large part of that work is ensuring a safe environment free from violence for them to realize their political rights. We partner with various parliaments to promote women's political participation in different spaces. We support evidence-based policing and advocacy. We develop tools for global, regional, and national data collection. We are also providing technical assistance to national partners, including strengthening monitoring and reporting mechanisms and building capacity in some of these issues. Within the UN system, we've collaborated with sister agencies and provided thought and practice leadership, as well as coordinated efforts to address this issue of violence against women in elections and politics. Our work, and indeed your work as well, is underpinned by normative frameworks. The normative frameworks recently, CSW, in 2021, the report of the Secretary General for the 65th session on the Commission on the Status of Women recognized violence as a violation of women's political rights and a major barrier to their participation. The CSW 65 agreed conclusions call on member states to create a safe and enabling environment for women to exercise their political rights and outline steps to be taken. Other regional normative frameworks in Africa, such as the Maputo Protocol and SADC Protocol, also have provisions which are instructive on this matter. So the role of Parliament then is imperative. Violence and harassment against women in public life has increased as more women have gained access to power. But despite disturbing levels of violence against women MPs, most parliaments still lack sexual harassment policies for parliaments and staff. This is something that needs to be looked at. As the chief legislative institution, Parliament can adopt new standalone laws to prohibit or criminalize violence against women in politics, or integrate adequate provisions into existing ending violence against women laws. Parliaments can also take measures to ensure that the institution itself is free from violence and harassment. In Canada, for example, the House of Commons adopted a code of conduct for members who are expected to maintain a work environment free of sexual harassment and must sign the pledge within 30 to 60 days after their election to the House. We have such other good examples, I'm sure, in Africa and in many of your parliaments, but more still needs to be done. As a matter of agency, parliaments must adopt and effectively enforce institutional codes of conduct, establish monitoring and reporting mechanisms, or even revise the existing ones, stating zero tolerance for sexual harassment, intimidation, and any other form of violence against women in public, as urged by the UN General Assembly. These efforts, though, they need to go beyond the parliamentary walls. Several countries have adopted special laws to tackle violence against women in politics, while some amended their existing anti-violence legislation to incorporate the aspects of political and public life. We must do everything in our power to ensure that discrimination, harassment, and violence against women in politics and public life do not stop younger generations of women from becoming leaders and indeed parliamentarians. We need a better future for women and girls. Honorable members, the task for all of us now is to achieve SDG 5 and leave a lasting legacy of a world where women and girls in all their diversity have the same rights as enshrined by the international human rights treaties. Your action of making gender equality a reality is critical. UN Women stands ready to support you. I thank you.
Thank you very much for a very good presentation. If you may repeat your name again, please, because we thought of Antonia and now she's not there. Kindly
Thank you
give
so
us
much,
your name
ma'am.
again.
Maureen
Pardon?
Shonge. Maureen Shonge,
Maureen.
joining you from
Thank-
the regional office, yes. It's a pleasure
Thank
to
you
see you
very-
again, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Maureen. I hope all of us were listening. And may I thank you very much for a very good presentation and very brief. You've really kept time. Now, before we go to the discussion, you had two people, but we had two presenters of your place. Are you two or only one?
Yes, indeed, Honorable Shale. My name is Fadzai Trakino, and thank you. Would it be okay if I can quickly proceed to make the presentation?
On the same topic, yeah?
Yes, thank you, Honorable.
Thank you.
I will try and share a slide presentation, but I'll make it also quick as some of the points have already been shared. Thank you, honorable members. My name is Fadzai Trakino, and I'm seated in the Zimbabwean office representing the regional office in making this presentation on violence against women and in electoral processes in Southern Africa. A lot of the issues have already been shared by our colleague from the Isaro region, Ms. Maureen Shonge, but just to recap, in terms of the priorities of UN Women related to violence against women in electoral processes that we are supporting in Southern Africa relate to governance and participation in public life, economic empowerment, and we do still have programs on ending violence against women, peace and security, humanitarian action, and disaster risk reduction. All these programs that the UN Women has been investing in are really towards gender equality and equal participation in all areas of life, and contributing to a peaceful environment in which women can participate in politics. Our programs on violence against women and elections are mainly supporting global efforts to ending violence against women in politics. We are actually working with electoral management bodies, civil society, violence monitoring groups, especially observer missions that want to strengthen the component around monitoring violence against women in electoral processes. We also work at times with political parties. We have an interest in strengthening party institutional policies related to ending violence against women, and also looking at other strategies related to advocacy research that could contribute in understanding the various forms of violence in the different countries and ending violence against women. UN Women has also developed modules that are available for training and capacity strengthening on violence against women that would be of interest also to the members, the honorable members, to also have a look at, and we can also share this virtually. As already spoken by Maureen, our interest on women's political participation and representation is really from a human rights point of view in terms of supporting the implementation of democratic principles and also contributing to sustainable development. We also feel that when you look at violence against women, it has been one of the major barriers to women's participation. Therefore, our agenda in terms of supporting women's political participation is really to increase in terms of representation, gender parity, but also as a strategic issue where we feel that women seated in decision-making positions are able to also tackle issues related to gender equality and women's empowerment, such as issues related to health, education, infrastructure, amongst other things.
Hi, Fadzai. Hi, Fadzai. You are showing your notes.
Oh, sorry, let me close the notes. Sorry, my internet is also a bit slow. So
you can have a full view presentation right at the bottom where you have the percentage, maybe if you increase right at the bottom. The small one with the T. Next. On next.
Okay, let me
the next
do
one.
this.
Yeah, full view.
Wait. Is that okay for you?
Yes.
So my internet is really also acting up. I'm trying to move the slides as I go, and they're also sticking. Just to also recap on the statistics that have already been shared, that we only still have 26.7% of all parliamentarians being women, and only 22.8% of cabinet members heading ministries globally. And these statistics are still fall short on the global targets that Ms. Mogini already shared, that CSW made recommendations that were adopted to have 50-50 representation in all elected bodies. Only 35.5% of these are also women that are in local government positions, and the numbers need to increase. In terms of normative framework within the UN system, there are several of these that also speak to women's civil and political rights, such as the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, specifically Article 25, the Convention on Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW Article 7 and Article 8, the Beijing Declaration, Platform for Action, which is the critical area concern on Article G. The General Assembly resolutions also re-emphasize the need for women's political participation and ending violence against women. And the SDG goals, particularly target 5.5 and indicator 5.51 A and sub paragraph B. When we look at targets that come from these resolutions, it is important to note that from time immemorial, the target had been at 30% when we look at the ECOSOC resolutions. But as we have progressed with the agenda on women's political participation, the target has been set for 50-50 gender balance at all levels of elected positions. But when we look at the statistics globally, in most of our countries, we have not reached this 50%. Most countries are within the margins of 30%, a few that have escalated to 33, 35%. What we have observed, though, is that countries that have made it or are making significant progress are countries that have adjusted or amended their political systems or electoral systems to adopt quota systems as affirmative action measures. And where also countries have adopted proportional representation within the electoral system as a way to advance gender equality. These kind of models of systems where you have introduced reserved seats, quota systems, or proportional representation have been viewed by many as ways that seek to advance or balance the scales for women to participate better in electoral processes. Countries that seem to still have challenges around gender parity are where they still use the first past the post or the plurality system. So because of the contestation, the resources required, and the domination of male participants in most of these electoral systems, women tend to struggle in terms of participation. The structural barriers that we notice are still within political parties. Lack of financial resources for campaigning, and of course, violence against women, mainly harmful stereotypes, physical violence, sexual violence. And we have observed in the past few years with the digitalization of most societies that online violence has also become a new form of violence that women are struggling with. The major challenge also being the lack of political will within political parties to change and adjust their party policies when it comes to nomination, and also changing their systems to ensure that women operate in a safe environment to be able to be nominated as candidates. So these challenges in male-dominated political systems also affects women's participation. The solutions that we feel will be important to strengthen women's political participation and address violence against women would be to level the playing field, expand the pool of women ready to lead, and to change the narrative around violence against women, building also on political will and ending all forms of violence against women. Taking an electoral cycle approach where we do not just address violence against women when it comes to the contestation period in elections, but we start working on addressing violence against women throughout the electoral cycle would also be important in terms of legal reforms, looking at training and education, looking at also issues related to electoral campaigning, voter registration, amongst other things. So we need to be able to identify where the gaps are and where women are becoming more vulnerable within the entire electoral system and addressing these in order to level the playing field for women. When it comes to violence against women in closing, we have noted that in most of our countries, due to digitalization of most of our economies, a lot of online violence is being experienced at disproportionate rates amongst women and men, and the issues relate to AI, deepfake videos, the use of surveillance and stalking of women who are participating in elections. We also notice the abuse of women on online related platforms through videos, through fake information, misinformation, and disinformation. And this tends to really affect women's participation. And we have seen that a lot of women are withdrawing from the political arena and opting to less contestation because of the issues related to online violence. So in addressing violence against women, there is need for honorable members to look at how adequate is the legislation in our countries in dealing with cyberbullying and online related violence in all its entirety. Whilst digitalization provides opportunities in terms of education, information, and making it easy for women to utilize it as a tool for communication and campaigning, but the adverse effects remain that our laws have not been adequate in protecting women. In fact, in a lot of our countries, there are very few cases that have been prosecuted and investigated through the formal justice delivery system to protect women who have been affected by online violence. So we still have a lot to do in terms of strengthening the laws, educating women, and ensuring that women are protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very good presentation. Well tailored, and really it has given us, it has been an eye-opener to most of us. Having received these two presentations then, before we proceed to the other session, may I now invite the members for discussion. Honorable members of SADC PF who have logged in here today in this meeting, will you please come up? Secretariat, please observe the show of hand. Honorable members, are you there with us?
Responde sim. Sim, estamos. Moçambique está na reunião.
Welcome, Mozambique.
Muito obrigada. E pedimos desculpas porque a conexão foi tardia. Estávamos com problemas de linha. Obrigada.
Welcome, Honorable, from Mozambique.
Muito obrigada.
Yes, good morning.
Bom dia. Bom dia a todos.
We are struggling to get the interpretation.
Não percebemos? Há problemas de conexão com Moçambique?
Hold on, please. We are looking for a good way that everyone will get the room for interpretation. Are the rest of English people following? Secretariat, please. Are you following? Is
Ronald,
it my own?
I'm also struggling.
Sim, estamos a ouvir a interpretação.
Mrs. Ifoma?
Yes, Chair.
Is the interpreter on?
Honorable Chair, I'm sure colleagues from the ICT they have taken note of the challenge that Mozambique is getting.
Okay.
I'm sure
Even
they are
myself,
trying to.
I don't hear.
Yes, I'm
Mozambique
sure
has just confirmed.
they are trying to find out where the problem is.
Thank you. Interpretation.
So perhaps we should take it that the challenge has been resolved. Can we take it that way?
Yes,
Okay.
it has been resolved.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chair, the Mozambique seems to have confirmed that now they are able to follow the proceedings.
Okay.
I think
Let us see if we can hear her.
Yeah. So you may proceed to ask if members have comments. If they don't have comments, perhaps then you can guide in terms of what next should follow.
I have already invited them for discussion, and the honorable from Mozambique just wanted to share something, but then we could not follow because of the ICT problem. Now I'm inviting her again. Honorable member.
Honorable Maria, you may wish to unmute. Well, the chair has given you the floor.
Welcome, Honorable Maria.
Sim, eu estava a dizer bom dia a todos e estava a me apresentar, informando que entramos tardiamente porque tínhamos problemas de conexão. Mas neste momento estamos atentas a ouvir as discussões. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Maria. Welcome. So I don't see any show of hands. I'm inviting members. After the two presentations, is there any member who would like to share anything or maybe ask for elaboration of whatever they presented, which really they refer to SDG number 5, which states to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. We had a very good presentation from all of them. Maureen Shonge and the second one. I see a show of hands from Secretariat. I see a show of hands.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
For I can see Honorable Dlamini's hand.
I see a show of hands from Honorable Nokutula Dalamin. Welcome, Honorable Nokutula. Honorable Nokutula. I'm inviting you to speak up now.
Okay.
Honorable Nokutula, welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you for the wonderful presentation, Maureen. May I pass my submission on it? In relation to the code of conduct, the signing of the code of conduct, I really agree with it. And girls and women are bullied in elections. Violence against women in elections takes place in multiple forms, from physical attacks to psychological, verbal, socio-economic violence, and symbolic violence, including bullying, sexual and sexist comments, harassment and sexual harassment, as well as online hate speech. I am confident to talk about this because I've been through it all. Violence against women in elections is a threat to the integrity of the electoral process and the quality of democracy, because it coercively excludes women from having a voice in the political life and governance of their country. It is a violation of human rights, and it urgently needs to receive equal attention from government, practitioners, election managers, and observation groups. Madam Chairperson, having said that, I strongly recommend that SADC member states become robust on civic education and sensitization of citizens through campaigns and declaration of certain days every year whereby issues of elections and gender issues are discussed to raise awareness and consciousness on elimination of violence against women in elections. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for your contribution, which was well narrated. I see another show of hand. Secretariat, please guide me. Mrs. Ifoma.
I don't see any other. It's only the one by Honorable Noctula, she put it down.
It
No
was
other
that
hand.
one.
Yes.
Having heard of all that, then I think we should all raise voices to all our parliaments that there should be no discrimination for women who are going for politics or who are going for the rally. So, as stated earlier by Maureen Shonge, she insisted that that should start from the parliament offices and to the people outside, that we should all abolish discrimination of women in all posts, not only in politics, but even in employment. All places should be free and give women chance to do politics and in the same level as men. Now we shouldn't here agree that we should not only be discussing it, but we should do it actually, physically, and not only to put in writing and leave things in the cabinet. I mean, in the wardrobes. All women in the region are experiencing financial resource, harmful norms and violence, lack of political will. But as women, we should assist each other and make sure our head of states, our parliaments support us. Having said this, may I take this opportunity again to thank all the presenters and request them that whatever they've presented today should be submitted to the Secretariat so that we can share it, because not all of them, not all of our members are present. I hope members, those who are present and those who are not present. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chair.
Secretariat?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We move on to strengthening parliaments in their role in preventing and mitigating violence against women. Our resource persons are Judy Gital, Africa Regional Coordinator, Equality Now, and Dr. Joku Wamai, Assistant Professor, United States International
May we now
University,
move to
Africa.
session 2? Strengthening Parliament's role in preventing and mitigating VAWE. Nikitaka kile kikitu hapa naendaje?
Chair, I've been informed that our colleagues who should have presented on this have other commitments. Madam Maureen has confirmed with me.
Do you hear me?
So they said if there are questions around that, Maureen and Pajai, our colleague, can pick it up.
Honorable members. Director Joseph.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Yes, Honorable Chairperson, I'm here.
Nobody is responding. Now, I invited the second session presenters.
According to the secretary, according to the report that the secretary has given you, Honorable Chair, we seem not to have the resource persons for the other presentation that is supposed to be done. That's what I'm
We
getting.
have-
So
They are on.
Hello.
I'm listening to you.
Yes, that being the case, because she said that if there are any other issues that the members would raise, they can still be taken by the previous presenters. But if members, they have nothing, you have invited them, there is nothing that at the moment they have it, then perhaps we could go to the next agenda item. I think that would be the only way.
I've already moved to the next
Sorry,
page.
Director, if you may
Oh.
permit me.
Yeah, yes, Honorable Chair, I think there is our colleague, Dr. Moses.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Director. There's a message which has just come in on chat, which indicates that we actually have somebody who is available. UN Women, Rachel S. Shemba is available. So I think you may want to consider giving her an opportunity.
On which session now?
Yeah, thank you so much. Committee clerk, you can take it up, then introduce the presenter and the.
No, I'm asking you on which session? We've already closed the previous one. We had only 2 presenters.
On session 2, Chair.
Session 1.
Yes, session 1 we are done. We're moving to session 2.
Director Joseph?
Yes.
Yes, Chair, the secretary is explaining the sequential order of the program now. You can go ahead, Ifoma. I think the chair is asking for further clarification.
Thank you. I was saying it has come to my attention.
Mrs. Ifoma.
Yes, Chair. I was
Hello?
saying it has come. Hello, am I audible? Hello? Hello, am I audible?
Secretariat, please.
Yes, we can hear you, Ifoma.
It seems
No,
the chair
this is
and
the
I are
chair.
not.
Shirley Raymond. I'm calling Ifoma.
I am here, Chair.
Mrs. Ifoma, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Chair, it looks like Chair and I cannot communicate, which is strange.
I don't get any communication to Mrs. Ifoma. Now I go back to Director Joseph. You say someone wanted to make a presentation, and I asked you, on which session? Session 1, we had 2 presentations.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I will allow the secretary to explain so that I get what she says, then I can relay the message to you. Because what I've observed that you can't get what Ifoma is saying, but we are able to get her.
Okay, true. I can't hear.
Yeah, so that's what is
What
happening.
happened?
She is able to explain, but you are not, you can't get her. But we are able to get both of you. You and Ifoma were able to get you. So
Then guide me.
Just wait for a little bit for Ifoma to explain. Then once she has explained, then I'll also relay the message to you, Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ifoma.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manzi. Thank you, Chair. What I'm saying is it has come to our attention that actually our eminent resource persons are available. And so session 2 can proceed because we have resource persons to deliver it. Thank you, Mr. Manzi.
Thank you, Chair. What the secretary, the committee secretary is saying, Honorable Chair, is that now it has been established that the resource persons for session 2, they are available and they have joined the meeting and they are ready to make a presentation. So with your indulgence, it means if the resource persons are invited now, they will be making a presentation under session 2 on the program. Over to you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Director Joseph. Thank you. May I now invite maybe Judy Gatau, Africa Region Coordinator, Equality Now. Dr. Njoki Wamai, Assistant Professor, United States International University, and Rachel Weston, UN Women. One of them may start to do the presentation on strengthening Parliament's role in preventing and mitigating violence. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Director, honorable members, all protocol observed. Good morning or afternoon, depending on where you're hearing me from. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
You are audible enough, Maureen. You can proceed. I hope, Honorable Chair, you are able to hear Maureen. Honorable Chair, can you unmute Honorable Chair?
Yes, I'm listening to Maureen. I don't hear Maureen.
Okay, so our presenter, be assured that members are getting what you are saying. You may wish to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I am Judy Gitao, as already indicated. I work with Equality Now as its regional coordinator for the Africa region. And I'm most grateful for the opportunity to highlight primarily on sorry, I do hear that I can't be heard. Mr. Director, do I pause or do I proceed? The chair says she cannot hear me.
Honorable Chair, can you confirm that you are able to hear Maureen?
I said I don't hear anything. And if it is happening, if it is happening to me like that, I can hear you well, but I don't hear Maureen. If it is happening to me like that, how about the rest of the honorable members? Maybe you should take a roll call. I don't hear anything from
Madam
Maureen.
Chair, I'm
Maureen
hearing
has tried.
everything. On my side, I'm hearing everything.
Honorable Regina, are you able to hear?
Yes, I'm hearing everything. Thank
Which
you.
other members are able to hear? Please, can you confirm so that we know how many members are able?
Noctula from Eswatini.
We can hear.
We can
Eswatini
hear
is able.
everything. Yes.
Seychelles are able. Eswatini is able. Which other members?
Honorable Swongile Mwamba from Zambia. I can hear everything.
Okay. What about Angola? Okay. Which other member is able to hear?
Sim, aqui eu estou a ouvir, estou a acompanhar. Aqui em Angola estamos a acompanhar.
You are able to hear? That's Angola?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Which other member is still on the line, is able to confirm? Botswana, are you on the line? Botswana seems to have left, though he's still logged in, but left. Okay. Honorable Chair, are you able to hear me?
I can hear you very well.
But the presenter, you are not able to hear the presenter.
Mm-hmm.
And even informer, you are not able to hear informer. Our technicians, ICT, are able to track the presenter connectivity and against Tanzania?
Yes.
Against Tanzania?
Yes, Madagascar can hear very well.
You were able to hear very well. So I think it's a problem with the Tanzania.
But I can hear you.
Yeah, but for yes, but the presenter now and the former, you are not able to get the former, the committee secretary and the presenter. And the rest of other members are able to get the presenter and all of us. So perhaps.
Oh, how am I going to chair the meeting?
Perhaps let's wait for a few minutes to get advice from our technical people to see what would be the possible immediate solution to that.
The first session was okay. The first session had no problem.
Yes, we have a problem now with Maureen, and even if former you are not able to get your committee secretary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can we hear anything else from Ronald? Is there anything that we can do so that the chair should get connected with the presenter? Do we have our technical team on the line? Ronald? Honorable Chair, we have also to hand for our technical team.
Problem with the technical team? Unadhani sisi? Ona nani? Unadhani sisi?
Mr. Manzi?
Informer, we can hear you.
Yes. Mr. Manzi?
Yes, informer.
Yes, our facilitators are working on a very tight timeline. So is there a way we can have another chair? There's a question. Because remember they had even checked out, they have other meetings to attend to. Since we've overspewed into their time, I think we're working on borrowed time. Thank you, Mr. Manzi. How do we proceed?
Honorable Chair, can you hear me now? Honorable Chair.
Always I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
I've been hearing you since then, except the others.
Yeah, okay. There are two suggestions. Perhaps to get out of this. Our technical people. Yes, Ronald, you wanted to say something?
Just a moment, please. Honorable Chair, are you able to hear the secretary? Informer, can you quickly say something?
Honorable
Afternoon, my chair.
Are you able to hear Informer now, Honorable Chair?
No, I could only.
Okay. What about our technical team? Ronald was speaking. Were you
I
able to
heard
hear
him.
Ronald?
Yes. Because Ronald invited Informer.
Yes.
Informer, can you kindly, on the interpretation facility, kindly choose English, Informer?
I do what?
There's an icon for interpretation at the bottom. Are you still using your phone?
Yes, I'm using my phone.
Okay, you should look for an icon that says interpretation.
Yes, I've clicked on it.
Choose English.
Yes, I've clicked on it.
Kindly say something so that the chair can confirm if she can hear you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, Chair.
Chair, are you able to hear Informer?
No, but I'm able to hear you.
Is under your chair, under the interpretation facility, have you chosen English?
Me, I'm on English. That's why we can communicate.
Ronald.
Is my voice on? He can take over.
Okay, well, thanks so much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, for that guidance, because also the resource persons were worried in terms of time. They've got a very tight schedule. So your guidance perhaps will bail out, at least will bail us out, so that your vice takes over for now, while our technical people are still working on the lines.
On then? Is my vice on? Paula Copper.
Honorable Vice Chair, Namibia. Are you there?
She's unfortunately not in.
Honorable Vice Chair, are you there? Unfortunately,
now, if everybody is not there, whom are they going to lecture? I mean, whom are they going to present the session? Because they're here, everybody is not there. Then to whom are they going to speak?
Some members are still there, like Seychelles is there.
Madam Chair, may I suggest maybe we could take an early break and come back
or
to
maybe
continue.
you can share, Madam Regina Esperanza.
It's on your proposition that we take a break.
Pardon?
Maybe we can take a short break and come back for the presentation that was on.
People are complaining of short of time now. How can we go for break? Our presenters want to finish the job.
We may have a challenge of resource persons after break. But
that's it.
We are likely to have that challenge. We may not have the resource persons.
Okay, but do we have a quorum to proceed? Can we proceed?
It's another problem.
I really doubt.
Director, there is a hand from Angola.
Yes, Angola, through Honorable Chair.
If only Informer was heard.
Claro que não estávamos a ter tradução, mas agora estamos a ter de novo.
Take another registration or whatever. I can see Angola very well, and I can hear Angola. I can see my director, Joseph Manzi, and Honorable Regina Esperon.
Angora says it's okay. You are okay, Angora. Can you speak again, Maureen, in case? Can you speak, Maureen, so that we see whether the chair
Director. Director, thank you so much for the opportunity. So I'm not part of the panel, but I have 3 colleagues online. Judy Gitao, Dr. Njoki is online, and my colleague Rachel Weston. With your indulgence or permission, if we can go through all the 3 presentations, please, as we are struggling with other commitments at this point. I also see that it's recorded, and there is a good number of members of parliament online. We beg your indulgence, please, if we could just have all the 3 presentations successively to conclude, yes, please.
Maureen,
Thank
I
you.
can hear you very well, but then
Yes.
I could not hear your colleagues. I invited all 3 of them, including the professor. But when
Thank you, ma'am.
The first one started speaking, I complained, I reported that she's not heard. I can hear you.
Okay, maybe she can come back online. Judy, if you can try now the sound and then we see. Judy,
All
come
right.
on, please.
I
Good
can hear
afternoon.
her.
Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. I
Can
hear
you
you
try,
well.
Jude, please? Can you try now? We'll see what happens.
I just have, Mr. Director, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
Honorable Chair, are you able to hear Judy?
Very much so.
Yeah, so it means now things have started working now, Honorable Chair, because that's the resource person that you were not able to hear then. So what do we do now? Can we proceed?
Yes, please. But then
Okay.
Ifoma is not on. Or can she hear her? Can Ifoma hear the presenter?
Yes, Chair, I can. And if I'm not being heard,
Ask her,
we can
please.
proceed because Mr. Manzi is there.
Yeah, sure. So what it means now, we chair able to get Judy and the rest and Maureen. So we better proceed so that they are saying that if all of them could just present one after the other so that we catch up with time.
So now
with
we are
your
starting with
permission,
Judy.
Judy, can you please proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Director. Thank you, Chair. My name is Judy Gitao. I am the regional coordinator for the Africa Region for Equality now. Thank you for the privilege to speak to you this morning or afternoon, depending on where you can hear me from. And I stand on existing protocol. I will keep it brief because the 3 of us will be speaking at the same topic, although approaching it from slightly different trajectories. Please allow me just to begin with a very, very quick background that addresses the fact that women's participation in politics, either as voters or candidates, has never been as high as it is today. As of January this year, there are about 27 countries where 28 women are either heads of state or heads of government. And for the first time, as compiled by UN Women, we can see that 22.8% of cabinets across the globe have the highest number of women than we have seen. There are 13 countries in which women hold 50% or more of positions of cabinet. And in national assemblies, we have 26.5% of women in parliament. And yet, Madam Chair and honorable members, this is still a far cry from what we call equal representation. In fact, despite there being some progress towards parity in representation, these numbers are still far below the target of gender balance in decision-making as espoused in the CEDAW Convention, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Covenant on Political Rights of Women, Maputo Protocol, specifically Article 9, and then even the international agreed target set in Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Indeed, equality is 50-50. Equality is not 1/3 or 2/3, and these numbers are nowhere near 50-50. And so women remain underrepresented in all levels of government. This inequality in representation is largely attributed to numerous challenges faced by women when they're exercising their political rights, but the most alarming of which is the increase in violence against women in politics and in elections. As elections are the main event by which formal political power is established and voting rights are realized, violence against women therefore remains the highest barrier to women realizing their political rights. It is critical to note that this violence is perpetrated both in the public domain and in the private domain. And so how does this violence against women manifest? Madam Chair, honorable members, indeed, gender-based violence in politics and election ranges from harassment, escalating to intimidation, to sexual and physical violence against women in public, and gender bias scrutiny by the public and the media, to forced resignation, and even to assassination of women. I want to primarily categorize the violence into three, even though I do know there are other forms of violence. The first I wish to highlight is physical violence, which can include its intentional use of physical force with the potential of causing death, injury, and harm. And it ranges from pushing to shoving to throwing to punching to hitting to burning, and even to kidnapping and arbitrary detention, beating and stoning, all of which are visited on women in the context of campaigns, meetings, trainings, door-to-door campaigning, and even within political party offices or those of the electoral management bodies. When we speak about sexual violence, it encompasses any non-consensual sexual act or attempt to obtain a sexual act, unwanted sexual comments, advances, assault, harassment, rape, sexual threat, including by intimate partners, clan members, husbands, political parties, militia, and state actors, to the extent that it ensures that the woman does not exercise her political rights. In extreme scenarios, where we've got insecurity on account of electoral contexts, rape and other manifestation of sexual violence can be perpetrated on women, well, despite or regardless of the political choice with regards to political participation. I wish to highlight an emerging area of cyber violence. A report commission called Violence Against Women Online a problem of pandemic proportions. In fact, 73% of women online have been exposed to or experienced some type of cyber violence among 86 countries. In the case of electoral processes, women voters, women candidates and activists, elected representatives, and even electoral management officials have faced online harassments, threats, and abuse. This is in different forms and shapes. I wish just to underscore two. The first being doxing, which is the use of sensitive or private information by candidates used to intimidate or harass them by way of exposing their intimate or private information for purposes of threatening them to step down. And with the advancement of AI, there's even generation of false images, once again used for harassment of various candidates. With regards to the various forms of violence, allow me just to do a give an indication. For example, in 2017, with regard to the Kenyan election, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights documented 201 cases of electoral-related sexual violent cases. And in the local areas, 11 of the 47 counties documented these incidences. Well, we know that the actual cases have to have been more than that, because we know the difficulties that are faced with regards to cases. In Tanzania in 2015 general election, monitors observed that women candidates were not conducting public campaign meetings and were denied permission by their spouses or parents to attend campaign events. The Zimbabwe Electoral Commission report documents from their last electoral cycle, women candidates reported being decampaigned by their male counterparts using their personal lives status or personal information. Further afield, when we see in Pakistan in the 2013 election, women candidates reported intimidation, defamation, character assassination, threats of physical violence and death. Madam Chair, honorable members, even after election, violence against women does not necessarily stop. A 2016 study on the related topic of violence against women by the Interparliamentary Union has documented that the most widespread form of violence is found in this space and was affecting 81% of the respondents who filled in the survey and who reported of psychological violence, physical violence, threats of death, rape, beating, or even abduction during the parliamentary terms. I will not spend a lot of time talking about the causes of this, even though we do know that it speaks to gender-specific motivation and discrimination, especially as women challenge their traditional roles and engage in politics. But I would like to speak to what parliaments have done and what parliaments can do to address this issue. Madam Chair, parliaments worldwide are implementing various measures in some form or shape to address sexual harassment and violence against women in election and in the wider political spectrum. They have adopted policies and laws. They reform existing policies with regards to sexual harassment. In fact, they have established codes, and some are even setting up reporting mechanisms towards this end. But I wish now to refer to what I would recommend and would want to reduce that perhaps to 4 main areas in which Parliament can engage in addressing effectively violence against women in the context of election and in the context of politics. With regards to the first area, which is legal and policy reform to prevent and to respond to violence against women, I want to categorize it into 3 main areas. First, it's with regards to parliaments can amend constitutions to guarantee parity between women and men in political, public, economic decision-making, including but not limited to elections, in parliament, and in government spaces. I say this to underscore the fact that parity is 50-50. Parity isn't 2/3 or 1/3, and therefore aspiration or movement towards this, either by quotas or reserved seats, shouldn't take away from the fact that parity is 50-50, and this is the ultimate goal to which parliaments need to ensure movement or traction is done. Secondly, still within the legal and policy reform ambit, there's a recommendation to adopt standalone laws and policies that define and protect against violence against women in electoral process. This is critical to anticipate all forms of violence, including the emerging areas such as I've already highlighted as cyber violence. We have seen these laws in Latin America, where violence against women was on the rise, is on the rise, and therefore a need for specific legislation and specific on towards it. And therefore, there's a distinct role that Parliament can play in ensuring specific laws against violence. Secondly, there's need for Parliament to review and amend existing electoral laws and explicitly delineate and provide measures on protecting against violence against women. Distinct from the first provision, which is the creation of distinct or new or fresh laws, delineation or ensuring electoral laws response to this ensures that there is response within the context of elections. Majority of electoral laws are general in speak, addressing party lists, polling stations, registration, code of conduct when it comes to violence, but do not appreciate the unique vulnerabilities women experience in these contexts. It would be critical for electoral laws to be revised to reflect the types of violence, the reporting mechanisms, and attendant accountability measures in response to it, including linkages to the criminal justice system. Madam Chair, honorable members, thirdly, but still within the first purview with regards to laws and policies, parliaments can guide, indeed, they can direct electoral management bodies to adopt protocols and regulations using their authority over party practices and electoral processes to prevent and respond to violence against women in electoral processes by defining them under international norms and laws and standards. I think the previous speaker already highlighted the various legal provisions, international norms and standards, from CEDAW to the Maputo Protocol to the more recent SADC law on electoral processes, that can serve as a standard with regards to national legislative framework, laying out what the victims' rights are, establishing specific responsibility for different state institutions, issuing guidelines to regional or local electoral management bodies, and even establishing procedures for reporting and handling complaints made to such electoral institutions. Fourthly, and I suppose I think I will parliaments can also require electoral management bodies to legislate codes of conduct but I will speak more specifically to political parties in my next point. With regards to working with political parties, Honorable Chair, Honorable members of Parliament can ensure legislation creating, registering, and regulating political parties as the main vehicles in most member states to engage with electoral processes, as well as regulation with regards to the following key elements. Would be required to ensure candidates and supporters comply with legislated codes of conduct. For most countries, political parties are housed within a specific legal regime and enforced within a specific legal office, and such office can ensure compliance with such code of conduct through ensuring political party leaders indeed demonstrate compliance and commitment to these codes of conduct. Secondly, they can address violence against women in internal party regulations, monitoring and implementation of political parties, once again enforced through the specific regimes and also enforced through specific office bearers who are to enforce these regimes. In view of time, please allow me to skip the host of that, and I am happy to share the presentation. I will now speak to accountability as enforced by Parliament. The national assemblies or parliaments can serve the unique roles of holding member states to account. Yes? Sorry, there was an interruption. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right.
Yeah, we can still hear you.
All right. The second distinct role that can be served or played by Parliament is one on accountability. Parliaments can hold the executive to account on the implementation of laws. Through specifically mandated parliamentary committees, Parliament can require monitoring processes and through issuance of or requirement of official statistics on women in decision making, on violence against women, on hotspots, and to ensure that such data is collected and published on a regular basis. Electoral management bodies can be required to report to Parliament on their preparedness for election. The requirements for consideration to include reports on electoral security, specific violence against women assessments can also be conducted, as has been seen in other countries, including Afghanistan. The electoral management bodies in these contexts have undertaken monitoring and reporting, including at the most local levels, which reports to ensuring there's a risk assessment on violence against women, mapping or identifying, as I've said earlier, hotspots, which can be useful in designing appropriate mitigation and monitoring mechanisms in response to it. Further, analysis of voter and candidate registration and registration procedures may also help identify how they can create potential for violence against women and the the response to such, because such violence would pose a barrier to women participating in elections. Madam Chair, it is not an overstatement to say that there is a dearth of data as far as violence against women is concerned due to overall lack of documentation, gaps in the referral pathway, fear by political actors of reprisal, including within their communities. And therefore, through mandated parliamentary committees, bodies such as national human rights bodies, or even electoral management bodies themselves can be required to document and report the equivalent of exit reports or postmortem reports after an electoral process, and such data to include statistics on violence against women. I have perhaps two other issues specifically with regards to electoral management bodies, but please allow me to quickly move to the third, raising awareness and changing norms, a role which can also be served by Parliament. Madam Chair, honorable members, legislators indeed, members of parliament can engage their networks to sensitize their constituencies and to sensitize media, lawmakers, and on issues to do with equality and violence against women. They can advocate for solutions and appropriate legislative responses. The Interparliamentary Union, for example, has been influential in engaging legislators as their own constituents in these matters with regards to violence against women and violence against women in politics. Information about violence against women and respective mitigation measures can also be integrated into training programs for electoral administrators and other election stakeholders. Madam Chair, honorable members, finally, with the issue that violence against women does not end with the electoral process, it would be critical for there to be measures to be put in place even within parliaments themselves, and such that there is not only reporting mechanisms within parliament, but codes of conduct are also adopted within contexts. Finally, and as a general comment, I wish to highlight that there is usually a dissonance between the legal and countries and the practice. And the vehicles through which this can be addressed is either electoral management bodies or political have a gender lens included in their ways of working. The norm on equal representation is espoused in several treaties, which can very easily be adopted into law, but these laws would be useless if they are not enforced. And I dare say, indeed, that parliaments, indeed national assemblies, are the vehicles through which these legislations can be enforced, through which states can be held to account in order to deliver on the rights and to ensure we have equal participation of women, 50-50 and not 2/3. I thank you.
Honorable Chair, are you there?
I'm there. I'm thanking Judy Gitau so much for a very good presentation. Really, if we had more time, she could just keep on giving us more flesh of that. Very interesting. Thank you, Judy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Since they made indication that they would want just to make all the remaining presentations in a row, perhaps you could also invite the next presenter so that you finish your presentation in view of the time that you indicated. Maureen, I think, who is the next presenter?
Dr. Njoki? Wamai? Assistant Professor, United States International. Welcome, Dr. Njoki.
Asante.
Welcome,
Thank you.
Karibu, Doctor.
Asante. Thank you very much. So my name is Njoki Wamai, and I am very also just like Judy to thank you, Chair, and the rest of the honorable members and the director and everybody who is in this meeting for inviting us to share our findings and also expertise on what can be done to end violence against women in politics. So I have a very brief PowerPoint, but I think I just want to agree with many of the things that that was said. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, you're audible.
I hear you, Dr.
Okay, okay.
I hear you.
Yeah. All right then. So many of the things that were said by my colleague there, Judy, and say that one of the things that has been found in the list in the last International Parliamentary Union research is how violence against women in politics, the profound effects it continues to have. That shockingly, more than 60% of women not just in Africa, but everywhere in the world. 60%, that's a huge number of people, do not participate in politics because of the fear of violence, due to the fear of violence. So we are limiting ourselves, we are limiting ourselves from 60% of women who would actually probably take many of our countries to the next level. But 60% of women, that's a huge, huge, huge gap. That's a huge number of women do not participate in politics due to the fear of violence. And that's according to the International Parliamentary Union report of 2022. So that's a huge number, and I think it should be able to really shock us and maybe also tell us why we need to keep doing what we are doing. In terms of, I think I'm trying to put up my presentation, but in terms of prevalence of violence against women in Africa, so the 20 women in politics. In 2022, again, the IPU report shows that African women in public life faced different types of violence, which also Judy has talked about. Psychological violence, so women in politics or in public life reported to have faced 80% of women faced psychological violence. 48% faced cyber violence, which we are saying is a huge, huge problem, cyber violence. And 40% face sexual violence. And this is very high when you compare the IPU findings for Africa compared to in any other region. Sexual violence was the highest in Africa, 40%. Other regions were probably at less than 10%, but Africa had the highest, 40%. Economic violence was at 12%. Physical violence was at 23%. Again, physical violence, Africa had the highest compared to the EU, the European Union, Inter-American Union, but in Asia, but Africa had the highest percent of violence, physical violence against women. That's very high, 23%. And this is compared to 4% among European women politicians who only faced 4% physical violence. Ours is at 23%. So it tells you that we have a lot of work to do, especially on the continent where it seems we have, I mean, the violence in politics seems to be quite prevalent. So violence against women in politics refers to any form of violence directed at women who are involved in political activities, including politicians, politicians like many of the people I think around the table, political agents, political party observers, and political party workers. Human rights defenders also who are involved in politics, journalists reporting about politics, and civil society activists who are also involved in politics. So it's not, so we need to look at this kind of against women across all these sectors, because if we ignore the other sectors, so of course, like the political party workers, the people who work in a political party, many of the times they face violence as collateral damage. So, or political party agents when different parties are fighting. So, and it's women, of course, who get most violated. So that even when we are thinking about recommendations on what to do, we have to think through all this. So violence against women in politics, or what we call VAWP. Several scholars already have researched about it. One of them is Crook, who was actually meeting women about a month ago, African women, also to talk about the 50-50, why we need 50-50. So violence against women in politics is quite prevalent, and it has been there. It's just that it's now that it's coming to the fore. In terms of research and advocacy. And so this public life have been there since the pre-colonial period. And I'm happy that we are talking to the SADC. We are now in the SADC meeting. Especially SADC, there were so many women in politics, so women leading, whether they were queens or they were leading part of the anti-colonial resistance. And I was happy to see somebody from Angola. We all know about Queen Zinga, Kimpa Vita from DRC. So there are quite many women who have been in public life in Africa. We know all the people who are involved, for instance, in the South African liberation movement, Winnie Mandela and others. We know the many women involved in Zimbabwe in the liberation movement. So African women have always been in the public life before colonialism and even after. And so women in public, but because of colonialism and the violence that also colonialism introduced, space. And so they continue now to face two intersecting forms of violence, which we always, I think, as members of parliament and other policymakers, we all need to be cognizant. So African women are not just facing political violence like male politicians would, they're also facing gender-based violence. So when those two intersect, and they intersect, of course, in the context of customary and cultural practices that continue to support gender-based violence, both in the private space and in the public space. And so there's need to recognize the intersectionality of gender-based violence, where women face multiple forms of violence and discrimination, and the effect it has, not only on discouraging women from getting into public life, as we've seen, 60% of women who would be in public life say they cannot join because of violence, but also on the effects that it has on individual women, mental health issues, and also just basically health, the effect on health and well-being. So it's very important. I think we've heard about the normative frameworks from the United Nations, from the AU, from SADC, Solemn Declaration, and we've talked about the prevalence of violence in Africa and SADC. And by SADC, I think that's where we're going in terms of the recommendations. Now that we know that prevalence of violence for women in politics, and we've seen that physical violence is 23% compared to, say, 4% among European politicians. And we've seen 40% sexual violence against women in politics. So those are very, very high statistics. So we need to do something. What are the effects of violence against women in politics? We all know impunity. Of course, it just leads to impunity, because if violence against women cannot be addressed, it means it compounds other effects. It now becomes a mechanism of control. So there's impunity, and of course, women now, their lives are controlled, and we are saying we want all women to live, and to live to their fullest potential. It increases barriers to entry for women in politics, as women in politics usually have to incur more costs for security compared, say, to men who may just be like, I want to be a politician, and I'm just going to be, driving around and talking to people. A woman cannot just think of that. If she's thinking of politics, she has to think of, how do I pay for security? Who is going to be guarding me? Or those boys in the community who you pay small money to protect you. So it increases barriers for entry. It increases costs for women. We are talking about some of the challenges that prevent women from getting into politics is the costs involved. So these are some of those costs, like security costs. It also prevents women and girls from seeing role models that can make them aspire to be something different beyond doing care roles. And then for us, I think as politicians, what then is the value add if we address violence against women in politics? If we address violence in women and what we call VAWP, or violence against women in politics, it's going to promote women's full and effective participation in politics and ensure a safer and more inclusive political environment, not just for women, but also for men. It also, the second thing, it is the efforts to prevent and eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls, including sexual harassment in politics, is key in achieving gender equality and women's empowerment. Remember, that's why we are doing all this, to achieve gender equality and let everybody, not just all people who are discriminated, live to their fullest potential. The third is economic development, as women are involved equally in decision making. And when there's prevalence of violence against women in politics, as we've seen, 60% of women don't join politics. And so it means also we rob ourselves very good leaders who could probably make decisions that could really advance our country. So economic development is tied to reduced economic development. That research needs to be done, and you'll see part of the recommendations is also tied to increased violence against women. So the more we violate women, the more, not just at the private space, but also at the public space, I'm sure there's a reason. And that's why even part of, as you've seen, countries with the highest economic development standards, and especially human development, like the Scandinavian countries, are the countries with the highest gender equality standards. If you look at the UN, for instance, gender equality indexes. So role modeling and mentoring is another value add for violence, for addressing VAWP, because the next generation of girls and women are likely to take up leadership the more we have women in politics. So what can Parliament do? And I'm glad that many of these issues have been raised by Judy. And I think also for me, I look at it at 3 levels. So the first level is conducting research on the types and effects of violence on women in politics in every country within the SADC member countries. I think because we can, through research, we are able to, research, if we did research on these issues, research will help us be able to do evidence-based advocacy. So, and many of the people will not understand, even especially policymakers, and especially the ones who deal with issues to do with money. Treasury only understands things when they see the economic impact, like what we are saying. Unless we do research to show in each member country this, first of all, on the types of violence women are facing in the different countries, and we've heard about the different types of violence, whether it's psychological, increasingly cyber violence, and you've had the different types of cyber violence, physical, which is very high, as we've seen in Africa, at 23% compared to 4% in Europe, psychological, verbal. So all this, and especially, and so we have to first do research to identify the types of violence in the different countries, the type of violence, and then after the type of violence, the effects it has on women. And beyond that, then we need like feminist economists or people who study the intersection between, of course, the economy and politics, who are called feminist economics, and also for political economists who are feminists, to come in and study what is the effect, economic effect, especially with very solid monetarily. This is to show that this is what we are losing when we don't, when this is what we lose when women are violated in politics. And then the second thing, so research and educate. So research especially is very, very important on what we've said, the types of violence and the effects and the losses, both economic and political losses from GBV on women in public life. So supporting research on prevalence and dynamics of GBV in public life to inform evidence-based policy programming, because it is only that you can be able to, once the research is done, and I'm coming from this as a researcher and academic, that you can come to Parliament and ask your treasury that this money, we are losing this money because of violence against women. In the last election, I think I saw like South Africa was having municipal elections sometime. How much? We need to cost that. How much? What types of violence did women face, and how much does it cost in terms of in the different ways, not just economically, in terms of the economic costs of not having certain women join politics. Since election is a process, they need to research where violence also is most prevalent. So after the types of violence, where is this violence most prevalent? Is it prevalent in the pre-election period, during the election, or the post-election period? Also to geographically, where? So in our different countries, certain areas have more violence, prevalence of violence in elections, and probably violence, not just in elections, but against women in elections. So we need to find out what are these pockets. Let's call them our hotspots, and let's use our parliament and our roles in parliament to invest in those areas so that we can end that culture. So need to look beyond political leaders running for election and invest in women's supporting politicians like party agents, as we said, candidate agents who also get violated, and also the people who work within a political party. The second big area on recommendations after research, which for me, research is very big and I'm very passionate about research and knowledge, is legal and policy reforms, which I think I'll not explain much. We had a lot from Judy on electoral laws, reforms of electoral laws, political party laws at national and local levels, so that we can criminalize VAWP, violence against women in politics. So engage political parties to enact codes of conduct that penalize and register political parties that support GBV against women in public life. Of course, all political parties, they'll say we are good people, we don't do this. But unless every, especially the political parties, associations or political party codes are very strict on ensuring that if this party we saw violence against women in politics, it's deregistered or it's penalized heavily so that it becomes very costly to violate women in politics. And the third and the last recommendation is awareness raising, norm changing through training and sensitization by providing training for parliament. So beyond, I hope this, we need to move into now proper training on violence against women, to policymakers, to the judiciary, to the law enforcement, and especially the police on the cost of GBV on women in public life and the need to ensure their security so that they stop thinking that, you know, because there's a notion that anyway, these are women in politics, they're just like men. But as we've seen, the violence they face, like this sexual violence, which we've seen is very, very high. Men are not likely to face that. Physical violence also. So it's very, very important. Those three main recommendations, especially for our different parties. Reform, we need to amend the African Convention on Democracy to include specific provisions on gender-based violence against women in politics, because we cannot be saying we are supporting democracy. So also, if there's a convention on democracy amongst other countries, that provision of gender-based violence against women in politics needs to be included, because violence in public life, really, I think it's a very, very costly affair. And that's, as I was saying, till we start doing research, and each of our countries, I hope in the next few countries, we can have reports on the different forms of violence that, I mean, a proper research, maybe a research report on violence against women in politics, so that we can move there in terms of policy. And I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Njoki, Dr. Njoki. It was such a touching presentation. And as we said earlier, after your presentation, Dr. Njoki, I would like to invite Rachel Weston so that the three of you will finish the presentations. And if you'll bear with us, then you can listen to our discussions.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm to have a brief PowerPoint presentation. So I'm hoping that my screen is now being shared with you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, all protocol observed. It's an honor to be here as UN Women to speak with all of you about this important topic. Let me begin by thanking you for the opportunity again to be here today, and I'm really delighted. Let me also thank many here for your tireless efforts and actions to support women's leadership and end the different forms of the discrimination they experience. This work, by its very nature, transcends national boundaries and is a driver for positive change, even during these challenging times of crisis and increasing political polarization. This conversation is very timely, as it's ahead of the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action, which also focuses in part on women's full and effective participation in decision-making in public life. Allow me to begin by recognizing and acknowledging women leaders in civil society as political game changers for gender equality and women's empowerment, and for pushing implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. For UN Women, our women's leadership and political participation programs are guided by international commitments made to women, not least of which is the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women that upholds women's right to participate in public life, and the Beijing Platform for which calls on removing all barriers to equal participation. So my name is Rachel Etzenbecher. I'm the policy specialist for political participation and governance in the Europe and Central Asia region for our regional office here based in Istanbul, where I am calling you from today. My presentation will focus primarily on examples of violence against women in politics and how parliaments have chosen to address this with some regional examples from our region, also with some global statistics. We know that gender equality cannot be achieved unless public life and decision-making reflects women and girls in all their diversity. Yet, as we've heard from our previous colleagues and expert presentations earlier, women's voices really are missing from every region of the world. Just under 27% of the parliamentarians in the world are women, only 10% of heads of state, and 7.8% of heads of government. 17% of ministers are women. This all shows that we're really far short of the gender balance target established by the 1995 Beijing Platform for Action that most countries in the world agreed to. Parliaments as institutions have a key role to play in shaping processes and work environments that are conducive to women's full participation. Parliaments can ensure that women of all ages, without discrimination of any kind, fully, equally, and meaningfully participate in parliamentary processes in all thematic areas in an inclusive manner and without violence. What you see on the screen here, this is the definition of violence against women in politics. This definition has been established by the UN in consultation with our partners to include all of the aspects in general of violence against women in politics. It's recognizing that it's any act of or threat of gender-based violence resulting in physical, sexual, or psychological harm or suffering to women that prevents them from exercising and realizing their political rights, whether in the public or private spaces. This includes the right to vote and hold public office, to vote in secret and campaign freely, the right to associate and assemble, and also to enjoy freedom of opinion and expression. In general, this kind of violence, it presents an impediment to women's political participation, but we also have to keep in mind that this also weakens democratic institutions' credibility and legitimacy. In that sense, it's a threat to everyone. This violence is characterized by the use and abuse of power and control over women to silence them from their engagement in democratic processes and institutions. Thinking about the region that I work in here in Europe and Central Asia, I can think of some of the women who have been targeted by violence against women in politics. Jo Cox comes to mind. She was a British member of parliament who was murdered in 2016 after being shot and stabbed multiple times when she had been due to hold a constituency meeting. I also think of Kyrgyzstan's former deputy speaker of parliament, Aida Kasmialeva, and she spoke out loudly saying, quote, "In these past few days, I have found myself left alone confronting representatives of organized crime groups. They threatened to beat and rape me," unquote. Certainly there are others that come to mind in the Southern African states as well. What you see on the screen here are some 10 general suggestions that state authorities, including parliament, can use to address violence against women in politics. In general, sexism, abuse, and violence against women are universal and systemic problems in the world of parliaments. Women politicians are consistently exposed to violence and the threat of violence when conducting their representative duties. This kind of violence is unacceptable. It's a violation of their fundamental human rights, including the obligation to ensure that women can participate safely in political processes. In a democracy, elected bodies such as parliaments must be model institutions and a place of work where women and men can fulfill their representative duties on an equal footing and in total safety. Parliaments should be prime examples of modern and gender-responsive democracies with a zero-tolerance policy towards sexism and gender-based violence. The next part of this presentation describes the measures that various states here in the Europe and Central Asia region have taken to address this violence with a specific focus on parliament. It follows the great work of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe on creating toolkits for ending violence against women in politics, and the categorization used by the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, also known as the Istanbul Convention. It has 4 pillars. The 4 pillars, as you see, are prevention, protection, prosecution, and policy coordination. On the first pillar, Prevention focuses on awareness-raising initiatives, which may include measures such as campaigns, education in nonviolence, and gender equality between women and men, challenging gender stereotypes, promoting women's empowerment, programs for perpetrators, and training professionals. In addition to general awareness, and after identifying violence against women in politics as a problem, a comprehensive legal framework is also needed to prevent and deter it effectively. Laws and policies need to be adopted that send a clear message to everyone that violence against women is neither tolerated in politics nor in society as a whole. Parliaments can adopt and implement legislation prohibiting and criminalizing violence against women in politics. Additionally, effective policy measures are needed, and these include, for example, policies on anti-harassment and codes of conduct. This is the next step towards a broader process of institutional change. By way of example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the council of the Stari Grad municipality in the city of Sarajevo, which is the capital of the country, amended the council's ethical codes in 2018 to prohibit sexual harassment and to protect elected officials who report sexual harassment from retribution. The amendments were made on the initiative of women councilors. The ethical codes label sexual harassment as one of the most severe violations of the codes, and a perpetrator will face public reprimand and punishment. Another example is from Canada, where training sessions on the policy against sexual harassment are organized for members of parliament as well as employees of the parliament. In 2016, an online training course on sexual harassment was launched. In 2018, they began in-person sexual harassment training for all members of parliament, for cabinet ministers, for party leaders, in both of the official languages of the country. In Croatia, they adopted a code of ethics for civil servants in 2011, which covers sexual harassment. The code states that civil servants shall be protected against sexual harassment, nonverbal or physical conduct of a sexual nature with the purpose or effect of violating the dignity and of civil servants as well as governmental employees, and creating intimidating, hostile, and degrading or an infective environment. Another example from Finland and Sweden is that psychological and sexual harassment issues are included in the training as received by parliamentary staff upon recruitment. Sometimes these sorts of initiatives can also be informal. An example of an informal initiative that falls under prevention is from the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly, where in 2018 they launched the hashtag Not in My Parliament campaign. The hashtag aimed to send a loud and clear message that this behavior is simply unacceptable, following a joint study with the Interparliamentary Union showing high rates of sexism, harassment, and violence against women in European parliaments. The second pillar here is regarding protection. Protection targets safety and support frameworks and may include measures such as information on rights, support services, complaints mechanisms, protection, and other security solutions. For example, in Austria, the parliament has established an independent structure called the Klärungsstelle. This consists of an independent expert appointed by the Speaker of Parliament, whom MPs from both chambers, staff from political groups, and parliamentary assistants can contact in the event of harassment. People have confidential access to various types of information and individualized counseling also through this mechanism. It works primarily on prevention and awareness-raising initiatives and establishing a climate of respect within the institution of the parliament. In Sweden, there's an official procedure for lodging complaints with the head of human resources at the parliament and for follow-up investigations. This procedure, using written or oral notification, makes it possible to avoid any reprisals and contact with the accused. The investigation is confidential. Each side is interviewed individually and may be accompanied by representatives. Another example from France in 2016, the chair created a website for female political staff in France to report their stories anonymously, arguing that together we are stronger and that it can demonstrate the existence of a mass phenomenon. The third pillar is in regards to prosecution, and prosecution refers to measures such as investigations by independent panels, law enforcement, and judicial proceedings, including dissuasive sanction for perpetrators, victims, survivors' rights, including a victim's right to information and support, and victim protection during investigation and proceedings. Examples from this region is that the Albanian parliament in Albania has defined disciplinary measures in its assembly regulations of the Republic of Albania for any form of sexual harassment. The disciplinary measure includes exclusion from participation in a committee, and/or in a plenary session for 10 days in cases of sexual harassment of any form taking place. Likewise, France also has set out sanctions to combat sexual violence that, if properly applied, should have a dissuasive character. In 2017, France passed a law on trust in political life, which stipulates that anyone found guilty of a crime or misdemeanor, including sexual harassment, receives a compulsory supplementary punishment of ineligibility to hold or run for parliament for a maximum of 10 years. The fourth pillar and the last pillar is related to policy coordination. Coordinated policies focus on organizational measures and may include measures such as research and data collection, coordinating action, and implementation monitoring, support and work with civil society and NGOs, and funding for partners involved in combating violence. In the United Kingdom, by way of an example, official inquiries have been used as a means to combat sexual violence. In 2017, as a result of the #MeToo movement, the British Parliament set up an official multi-party bicameral working group made of MPs, staff of the Parliament, assistants, as well as a sexual violence expert to develop an independent complaints and grievance scheme to handle complaints related to bullying and harassment on the parliamentary estate. In 2018, the working group published a report and recommended not only introducing an independence complaint procedure, but also a new behavior code on bullying, harassment, and sexual harassment for everyone working or lawfully present on the parliamentary grounds. Also, in Kyrgyzstan and Turkey, UN Women has conducted in-depth studies of recent women candidates and women office holders to measure their experiences of violence, to determine the prevalence of violence in these countries, its types, its perpetrators, and avenues for redress. The results are meant to guide policymakers, including parliamentarians, on evidence-based policy solutions. Gender-sensitive parliaments highlight the substantive contribution women can make in these institutions. A gender-sensitive parliament, it's an institution where women have space and where they can use that space in the best way possible. It is the creation of an enabling and inclusive environment free from violence, where women have the power and necessary support to make a difference, and women's needs and concerns are incorporated into all areas of policy and lawmaking. A gender-sensitive parliament is one with the true potential to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Honorable and respected ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time, and again for the invitation to have UN Women from the Europe and Central Asia region present to you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rachel, for a very good presentation, well-researched. And before I put any other word on it, may I thank all three of you, starting from the first presenter, second, and the third one, which is Rachel from the UN. So I hope Judy is still online, and Njoki as well, and yourself. May I now invite the honorable members who are online to participate in discussion. Welcome, honorable members. Honorable Reggie.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I know my chair
Madam
will be
Chair,
there.
first of all, I would like to thank all the three presenters for their insightful presentation. I just wanted, first of all, regarding to political party enacting law to disqualify parties that violate women in election to participate in election. I would like to say, it's a comment, I think, in Joki's presentation. I would like to say that oftentimes it is not the political party that participate in this action or atrocity, but they are voters and public at large, sometimes without any affiliation to any political party, often when it comes to, especially when it comes to online violation or harassment, they tend to hide behind a fake profile. What we need strong legislation at national level, laws that are strong, laws that are implemented, because there is no point in having it on paper and keeping it on the shelf. Another partner that needs to come out strong in this fight is the judiciary. And when I was listening to the presentation from Rachel, she emphasized on prosecution, which means punishment. I think this also, it is important that the judicial system is also sensitized not to go lenient or soft on perpetrators of political violence against women. This would send a clear message to the public at large and discourage others from committing the same offense. This was my submission, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Regina Esperon, for the very well observation, for a very good observation. I hope they'll take it, and then when it is time for them to respond, you'll get your response or your answers.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any show of hand. Honorable members. I see Hon Nokutu from Eswatini. Welcome, Honorable Nokutu.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for the wonderful presentation from Judy. May I humbly pass my intervention on strengthening Parliament's role in preventing and mitigating VAWE or politics. In mitigating VAWE stroke politics, Eswatini Parliament as an oversight and legislative body ensures respect of constitutional mandate, which talk of Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights endorse election of every citizen above 18 years, irrespective of gender, educational level, and age, which is high respect for human rights, Madam Chairperson. Parliament should also ensure gender-responsive policies in place are implemented without any discrimination. I heard it from the presenter, but I also wanted to hammer on it. Parliaments should enact laws and policies that explicitly criminalize VAWE and politics and establish clear penalties for perpetrators. Chairperson, I wanted to highlight the establishment of clear penalties for perpetrators. May I humbly share a Swatini case in hand, with your permission, Madam Chair. As a country, we have just seen through free and fair elections for 2023-2028. Eswatini has enabling legislation support system for women that include capacity building and access to socio-economic resources. Gender responsive policies, Eswatini system has adequate gender representation in politics and in decision-making entities. Thus, we have even more women in position of power, even in the private sector, so that they can contribute a range of ideas and experiences. Strong advocacy and gender-responsive budgeting, enabling legislation. This is in place for women's election. That is the Women and Elections Act of 2013. Women elections worth highlighting, it is that Their Majesty made a call for more women support during election to endorse the SADC Gender and Development Protocol. Eswatini has indeed more women representatives, as high as 29 female parliamentarians from both Senate and House of Assembly. This is a milestone in the history of the country, Madam Chair. Eswatini Parliament has collaborated with Elections and Border Restoration Committee to enhance more programmatic activities. Civic education on women elections, civic education in all constituencies on the importance of women elections. These were conducted by Elections and Border Restoration Committee, and civil societies were equally engaged. Women elections funding. As women form the majority of the populace, it's thus not easy to solicit funding, but the country is highly considering prioritizing all women needs, even in business, through financial inclusion, through various financial institutions and cooperatives, and in the budgeting cycle. Youth parliamentarians, there's been high advocacy for parliamentarians, and we have 5 energetic parliamentarians, and this is the first of its kind in the kingdom. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nokuthula. You've really done it well, and we have really enjoyed hearing the case of Eswatini. I see another hand there. Is it the same? Is it Eswatini? Honorable Eswatini, okay. I'm inviting other honorable members to share their cases or to give a discussion. Presenters, Judy, MS Judy, Dr. Njoki, and MS Rachel. If you are still on, please.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Having now noted that the honorable members, I think we are done. Because that's a first priority goes to the honorable members to make their interventions. We also, I just wanted to let you and the committee know that we also have the public. These meetings are open to the public.
Oh.
So if there's any, you can allow maybe 1 or 2 from the public in the spirit of, accommodation from members of the citizen of the SADC. You can allow 1, 2 if there is any. Also, just make a comment on the presentation, then you can invite the presenters to respond.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joseph, Director Joseph. I'm inviting all members, stakeholders who have logged in and who are following this discussion. They are now, we are now ready to listen to them and hear their views. Welcome. Our eminent persons and all people of goodwill who are listening to us. Warmly welcome.
It appears there's none, Honorable Chair. Then you can proceed to invite the presenters to respond.
May I now invite the presenters to respond to the 2 given suggestions and whatever they've shared, which was also an addition for what it was presented. Judy, please. Judy left. Judy, are you there with us?
Madam Chair, unfortunately, Judy and Rachel had to step out to other meetings. Thank you.
Judy and Joki. Okay, before I invite you,
Joki
Maureen.
is here.
Okay, Joki.
Joki is here, yes.
Yes, I'm here. But perhaps so internet had logged me out. Maybe Maureen can speak first because I'm not sure the questions. I didn't hear all the questions. Maybe Maureen can speak first and then I can speak to, or if there's anything I need to speak to.
Thank you, Dr. Njoki. Madam Chair.
Maureen, you will be the last because
Thank
you are coming in the paper. I think you are still on the agenda to summarize everything which we've done after them. Then you will intervene.
Madam Chair, with your permission.
Yes, please.
Dr. Njoki had connectivity challenges, so she was just asking if I could repeat if there are any questions. It appears there were reflections, one which was a sharing of best practice from Eswatini, Dr. Njoki. So I think it was not a question, but just really acknowledging that she was highlighting the good practices in Eswatini, particularly working with the private sector. And I think the other one on the judiciary as well was guidance and a reflection on how maybe we need to work with the judiciary for stronger penalties in terms of those that are committing these violations against women, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Myself, I would like to maybe to ask a question. My question goes to Njoki and to Dr. Njoki, since Judy is not there. First of all, I want really to say I highly appreciate your research done and the one which you are still going to do. But there's one thing which now is giving me a challenge. It's about youth. You see, of late, jobs are not so easy to get in our region. And all graduates want to join politics. Straight from graduating, they are going for politics. You have gone around, seen the challenges. Of course, they don't have cash when you come to the economic violence, but still, that's not all. Sometimes they are matured by age, but then they are not really ready to face what is in the ground. But they are supported by youth, and the youth group is a big, they're the majority. So when they're in the field, you see what is happening. Now, my question is, what is your opinion when you see this age group in politics, the youngsters or the youth, the settled ones, and then we have the female? How do you find it? And another thing is this new vocabulary of violence against women in politics. Of course, we are very much used on gender-based violence. Now, today you have added it in a higher vocabulary. Violence against women in politics. When you say women, you have left the youth somewhere. And it's giving me a challenge. Are we only talking of women today? Because my committee is on gender, women, and youth development. So I was waiting until all are done to give you their views, and then I wanted to share with you the challenge I'm getting. Otherwise, when we come to Tanzania, you see our president is a female president, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. She's doing great things, and even the country people, the public knows and appreciates, the region knows as well, and even the world knows how can women do better and fast. I noted your observation on the political parties' room in assisting women or in supporting women. And here we have the Election Act, which is already, we've passed it in the House. We are waiting for a signature from the President, protection of women in election, especially during the campaign. This one will soon be registered.
Yeah.
And we also have the Election Commission. Women have given equal seats, but then, as mentioned in your presentation, we have the quota review. I mean, the way of doing it. They are not all coming from the constituencies, but we have the quota. So I would like to hear from you presenters about my observation. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Chair.
I can hear you very well.
Okay, okay, asante. So thank you very much. And I agree with you about your concern about the youth, because now, and you know, I mean, you have had that, and the youth bulge, of course, means a huge population of young people who are of, you know, at that age where they're supposed to be working or being productive to the economy. The challenges we have are not able to give them jobs, or not just jobs, but a form of income or sustenance. And so it leads to another concept called waithood. So young people are now forced to wait for everything. So wait, say, to get married for young men who need money or that kind of thing, wait to start families. And so there's a big challenge. So we have a youth bulge. And so that's why also many young people are saying, actually, I'll join politics because politics looks like it has money or that kind of thing. Not because, especially in Kenya, where, you know, our politics is very expensive. So not because they want to, they are actually, they can be, some of them, of course, can be good leaders, but some of them are motives because of the motivation is unemployment. So that's why I think members of parliament, and I'm happy that you've raised it, need to actually recognize the context we are operating with. And one of the things, even when we talk about increasing participation, one of the things we are saying we have it's only in Africa right now we are dealing with this issue of youth bulge. Asia, most of these Asian countries, China, India, and the rest of Southeast Asia, they dealt with the youth bulge like 20, 30 years ago. The beauty of those countries, they had a lot of foreign direct investment. So they were able to create huge industries. And so they created employment for their young people. Africa, you know, we have now serious challenges. And that's why many people have proposed so many things. You've seen like the African Development Bank has a whole project on youth and agriculture. Others are going to youth and technology. So we are forced to become also very, how do we create employment? Because we are going to have a whole generation of young people who will lose their lives. And it's so sad, who will never do any productive work for their lives. And so they'll get probably to about 60. They've never worked. They've never had any money. They've never invested. Probably if they wanted to start a family, they never had one. So it's a ticking time bomb. And so parliaments are called to be very innovative. Some people are talking about, like, I hear export in labor to other countries. Others is, of course, foreign direct investment to create huge employment programs so that youth can really, we can tap. Because if they do not do anything between those years of 20 to 45, what happens after that? They get into alcoholism, they get into all sorts of misnomers. And so they live a wasted life, and it's very sad. It's a big deal, and we need to do something. And I'm happy now we have members of parliament. So there are many, many things that we need to think about. And so, yes, I hear you about having this mandate for youth and women. But I think the issue of violence, and I agree with you, I think within youth and women, we need to look at young women. Actually, when we did, or when I was even doing these studies and researching, one of the women who face most violence is not actually older women politicians, it's young women politicians. Because you know even the kind of insults they get. People are just like, oh, this is this young girl, what can she tell us? And of course, because they are seen as, you know, they are still seen as young and sexy, those are the people who are violated most. So you'll find, so that's why I'm saying one of the things we all have to do, maybe for all our parliaments, or all our, and so all our, remember, woman is violated, and you'll find young women are most violated in politics. So, and that's why many young women will shy away from politics, or even young women working in the political party, or young women working as party agents. So, or even within electoral bodies. So there's a lot of violation, and it's mostly on young women. So I totally agree with you, Honorable Chair, that we need to think about youth. And for me, I would advise to see things now from an intersectional perspective, so that you see how youth or age leads even to greater violation, how poverty or less income leads to greater violation. So that way we will be able to see that. And I agree with all other comments made before.
Thank you very much, Dr. Njoki. It seems we are getting the network problem again.
And I like what the President Samia Suluhu, I think, are very good. Yes, I'll stop at that. I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There was an interruption, but we had most. Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, I have stopped now. Thank you for listening to me.
Yes, and I'm thanking you for being there for us. We are neighbors. You can just drop in and say, I'm in Tanzania, even if it is via Namanga.
Mr. Tembea,
thank you,
Arusha.
Dr. Njoki. And thank you very much, Jude. My thanks to Judy and Rachel. Rachel, are you still on? Rachel? Madam
No,
Rachel?
Madam Chair. No, not yet, no.
Oh, she have logged out.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Oh, you are back, Mrs. Ifoma?
No, Madam Chair, it might be similarity of voice.
Oh, Maureen.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Now, Maureen, we've
Hello,
been
Chair.
seated. Yes.
Mr. Manzi takes over from here. I'm going into another meeting. So the director will pick it up from here. He would be the secretariat as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So will you come back for the elections?
Chair, all will be handled by Mr. Mann, the director.
Welcome, Director.
Thank you.
Before I allow Maureen to come in again, I've already thanked our previous presenters of session 1 and 2. But we've been seated for long, especially myself, I've not been out of the chair. I think we need about a few minutes to stretch ourselves. And then back from the short break, we will invite Maureen again. Is that okay?
Chair, why don't you allow the presenters to wind up on their parts? Already we got information that they were extremely, I think, against their schedule, but we kept on holding them. So with your indulgence, you better just make sure that we conclude this. As we are breaking as a committee, they can also take leave.
We only have our friend Rachel, Maureen.
Yes,
And
I
our
think
presenter. Maureen, you want to leave us?
Madam Chair,
Let
with
Maureen
your
speak for herself.
indulgence, I'll only take 5 minutes with your indulgence in light of the fact that all the previous speakers stole my words and took out the recommendations and spoke about them extensively. So if you kindly allow me to just speak for 5 minutes in conclusion of the session, Honorable Chair.
Maureen, relax. I'm giving you all the time you want. I know how capable you are. So don't rush to 5 minutes when we want to hear the good things you are going to tell us, okay? Welcome.
Thank you. I can proceed?
Yes, please. But not the way you are insisting. We do not have enough time always. But today I'm giving you enough time. Maureen, please relax and tell us what you want to tell us. We are
Thank
here
you,
for
Madam
you.
Chair.
We are learning.
Thank you very much. I know we've taken so much time, but thank you. Mine perhaps is to share with your indulgence, and thank you very much for the attention and the opportunity once again. As I was highlighting, my colleagues had indicated a number of recommendations that need to be taken into consideration. I'll re-highlight a few of them in light of the fact that we also need to look at different actors that we can work with and cooperate with when we are talking about violence against women in politics. I am very grateful and appreciative of the Honorable Member of Parliament that mentioned the judiciary. They are indeed a very important interlocutor, and we work with them as well from our perspective in terms of the law, in terms of also interpretation, in terms of judicial activism. And I really take your point where you were highlighting that there has to be a very deliberate and targeted a way that some of these issues and cases are addressed at the justice level sector, but the judiciary can also only work when the laws are in place, as they do not work in a vacuum. So just to highlight that the judiciary indeed is a key actor. Civil society organizations have been mentioned a number of times and extensively, as they have also a critical role to play in terms of the advocacy that is needed for this work to raise awareness, but also to work with all the other key actors. So as we are winding up, some of the key actions that need to be taken by all these various stakeholders. So the justice sector then comes in on the legal and policy issues. Legal reform needs to happen at the national level, as was mentioned by Judy as well. We need key strong implementation and enforcement of the laws that exist, especially if they do give women protection. If they do not give women protection, then we need new laws to cover the gaps. In terms of legal and policy reform as well, key consideration will be around regulations for prevention and enforcement from an EMB perspective. The codes of conduct that we have mentioned a number of times remain key. Other actions that need to be taken to prevent violence against women in politics by other actors around the work of the election management body on voter registration, candidate nomination, ensuring that the environment is safe from that perspective. We can also work with the police and security sector, and now this is just to mention broadly the security sector as another key actor that has a role to play in some of this work. Awareness raising is key and changing norms. So this is where also, as I mentioned, civil society can play a key role. Working with different groups to prevent and end violence. Young people, the young people and youth that are taking part in elections, they need to understand this issue. They also need to be involved in the prevention. So I think these are the key actors and some of the strategies that we need. The need for us to build evidence on violence against women in politics. It is not well known. There's usually documentation of political violence, but there has to be some standard data sets on electoral violence that are not just gender blind, but that also consider some of these issues. Doc was mentioning research. So this is where the research then will come in as important. So the available research and data combined with many of the anecdotal evidence we're hearing on this issue indicate that there is really violence against women in politics is pervasive, and so research can help us further. The existing measurements that are there on violence against women tend to omit the political or electoral sphere. There's underreporting. So this is where other actors can come in again, the civil society, working with other key institutions, equality commissions, constitutional commissions, they can assist in terms of this aspect of work. We are also noted in that violence is often not recognized. Violence against women in politics is often not recognized, right, as a form of violence. But women politicians are just told this is the price you pay. So again, I think this is probably because of a lack of standard measurement, but also because of the negative social norms. So to address that, we can work with men, we can work with traditional leaders as well that help us to change the narrative. As UN Women, we're doing our part. We're working on normative advancements. We're putting in these issues into the normative agenda. We're working on data and research tools, knowledge products, some of which I've shared with the committee before, as well as really working with the regional economic communities as well that are engaging with civil society organizations and others. So maybe not to take long, allow me, Madam Chair, to probably end here. And thank you very much for the opportunity. And we look forward to working with the committee on the next steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maureen. I always want you to talk and talk and talk again because you are very clear. So we highly appreciate it. I hope all of us have heard you. Maureen, next time you are invited, please come again. And even with the previous resource person, all of them were very good indeed. So anytime, you are part of us, you are women. So nobody else can do it better than ourselves, you being one of them. Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. We really appreciate the opportunity to engage with the committee, and we hope that this is one of many engagements to continue to discuss these pertinent issues. Many of our countries are going into elections and hope that this remains one of the key issues that they will consider. Asanteni sana.
Asante kabisa. That was the end of the presentations. I hope Director Joseph Manzi is on. We skipped the report of the mission to German because I wanted to learn before I give the report of what has already happened. That's why we switched off the agenda and the proceedings. Now we are back on our own. But before we proceed, I would like to know how many are still logged in? Now you said the former has left. You are the one doing that job, Mr. Director, sir. How many are we on? Otherwise, I'll be only talking to.
We are still on, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Chair and the members, indeed, you are remaining with 2 agenda items on the program. One is the one which you have just said that you have a brief report that you need to brief your colleagues about the trip, the mission that you had to Germany. Then the second one, which is critical and very substantive, that requires a quorum, is the election of the office bearers. So these are the 2 agenda items, and the most critical one is about the election of your successors. So the issue of the quorum is very, very paramount, especially with the last agenda item. So it's up to honorable members whether we do the roll call now to determine the quorum, or you are going to break as you indicated earlier. We come back, so we need your guidance on that one. But by all means, as we will be handling the last agenda items on election, it's a must that we have to make sure that at least not less than 8 MPs, not less than 8 members have to be logged in. That's what I can say, Honorable Chair, for now.
Thank you very much for your guidance, our Director, Joseph Manzi. And if all agree, then the report of the mission to German may be circulated and everybody will read it. It's an open thing, instead of me going through reading it again. So that we can take the quorum and see if we can now do the voting. The report is 4 pages, 3 pages only.
Yeah, that's another better guidance, Honorable Chair. In fact, the report, if I'm sure it was already circulated. So, as you indeed said, it's a matter of just briefing. There's nothing really that the members are going to make as a resolution on. Just a matter of appreciation and noting that you traveled and these are the things that you learned. So if the members are in agreement with your suggestion, then we could move that way. But critically is the election, in which we have to ascertain if the quorum is still there. So perhaps you can open up to the members to say something on your suggestion.
Members, please. Honorable members, I need your participation on this and your guidance as well.
Madam Chairperson, I second the issue that we continue with elections if quorum permits. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for your suggestion. Someone to second you? Nokutu?
There is a hand from Angola. Honorable Chair, you may wish to recognize Angola.
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Angola.
Sim. Muito obrigado. Nós também concordamos com a proposta avançada. Enquanto temos o quórum, como já temos o relatório escrito, então avançamos para a eleição. Estamos de acordo com a vossa proposta.
We had no translation. We had no translation.
No, it is there. I can hear.
Oh, you heard it?
Yes. He said that we can get on with the elections.
Okay. No, thanks so much, Honorable Chair. With the direction that the committee has given, now it means we are going into the last agenda item, which is election of the office bearers or leadership of this standing committee, the GEWAYD, for the next 2 years, all the way up to May 2026. So I will be the one facilitating the elections as a returning officer. Then first of all, I will have to establish the quorum if we still have it. as I did mention, that for us to proceed with elections, we should have members not less than 8. So I will now go ahead just to make a quick roll call to ascertain if we have at least not less than 8 members still online. Angola, I'm sure Angola is there because when they're speaking. So just to mention, Honorable Chair, that Angola we have received a communication from Angola that the one who is sitting there is a proxy. So within the rules, a proxy is allowed to attend the meetings and also participate in all the deliberations, including the elections. What it means is that if there's a proxy, he is just sitting in for the substantive member. So whatever happens here, that proxy member is doing it on behalf of the member, the substantive member, who is currently not in the meeting. So as long as there's a formality of communication from the National Parliament to the Secretary General, that is admissible. So we have Angola, and I'll also be mentioning of Zambia. We have also received the same communication that the member who is attending, I think even in the morning it was also mentioned, that the member from Zambia is sitting in on behalf of Honorable Kasune. So whatsoever happens...
Excuse me, Director.
Yes.
You mentioned Angola and we saw Angola. Is Zambia present?
Yes, ma'am. Zambia is present. My name's Honorable Swongile Mwamba, proxy for Honorable Princess Kasune.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, thanks so much, Honorable Member from Zambia, and also Angola. I can see that he is there and has been participating. And perhaps Honorable Member from Angola, you can just confirm on what I'm saying, that you are sitting in for the Honorable Member, substantive member. The name is
Teresa.
Yeah, Neto. Honorable Teresa Adrina Neto. Yes. So I think that's the position. So I'll have a quick roll call. I'm saying Angola is present. Botswana.
Angola está presente. Estamos a
Botswana,
substituir
please.
a Teresa Neto.
Okay.
Botswana,
Is Botswana here?
yes,
Yes,
I'm here.
present. DRC, there's an apology. We don't have a member yet from DRC, so we skip that one. Then Eswatini, we still have Eswatini online?
Yes,
I
Eswatini is
would
present.
prefer when you are confirming, let's have your video on when you are confirming so that we see you. Thank you, Eswatini. Lesotho, we have a member from Lesotho. Lesotho, please. From Lesotho, he has logged out. I think in the morning, the member was online, I think in the morning. But now,
Yes,
Lesotho is not there. The member is not there now. Madagascar, we have also an apology from Madagascar. Malawi, there is also an apology unless the member is logged in now. But we had an apology from Malawi. Mauritius, do we have Mauritius? Mauritius is not online. Mozambique. Mozambique also is not present. Namibia, the vice chair.
Present.
Thank you. Seychelles.
I'm here.
Thank you, Honorable Regina. South Africa, I don't think we have South Africa. We don't have South Africa. Tanzania, that's the chair.
Present.
Thank you. Zambia, represented by proxy.
Yes, Zambia is there.
Present.
Thanks. Zimbabwe, finally.
Present, I'm here.
Can we see your, can you switch on your video?
I'm there.
Okay, thanks so much, Honorable Member from Zimbabwe. So, according to the roll call, we have Angola present, number 1, number 2 is Botswana, number 3 Eswatini, number 4 Namibia, number 5 Seychelles, number 6 Tanzania, number 7 Zambia, then number 8 Zimbabwe. So, Honorable Chair, I can announce that the quorum is present.
Thank you very much, Director.
So we'll proceed with the elections because now we have the quorum.
Thank you very much.
Now, yes, I'm going to share the procedural guide that is going to guide us in this process. Honorable Chair.
Yes, proceed.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, this guide, I'm sure honorable members received it in advance. It was circulated, but I will read it through so that we refresh our memories and we're also very clear in terms of the guide that we're talking about.
Excuse me, Director.
Yes. Is that Eswatini?
Yes.
Yes, Honorable.
We appreciate the quorum, but we just want to know if a proxy is legible to vote. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Let me just read a constitutional provision so that the returning officer is not just speaking from his head. There is I'll read a definition of a proxy from the Constitution of the Study Parliamentary Forum. Maybe can I share first the Constitution so that when I'm reading, everybody also is seeing what I'm reading. Are you able to see the screen that I'm sharing? Honorable members, are you able to see it?
Yes, Director.
Yes, Director.
Yes, Director.
So this is the constitution of the forum, and I'll go straight to the definition part of the so that this interpretation definition. Then let me go straight to the proxy. Yeah. Are we able to see the word proxy there?
Yes, Director.
Yeah, so proxy means the presiding officer or a member of parliament who is duly designated in place of the representative and who shall be accorded the full rights of a representative. So I underline the word full rights. So full rights, the rights involve debate, voting, those are some of the rights. So the proxy is also entitled to any other rights that honorable the substantive member would have enjoyed, except that you cannot elect a proxy. Is not substituting the substantive, but she can speak or he can speak on behalf of the substantive member. For example, there will come a time where if we are, as the presiding officer, I'm asking for nomination of candidates. So the proxy is free to nominate another member, or you are free to nominate the proxy on behalf of the substantive member. Then in terms of voting, the proxy can also vote. Have I clarified your question, Honorable Member from Eswatini?
Thank you very much. It's clear, Director.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now I'll share again the procedure for conducting this election. Honorable Chair, the first bullet of the procedure is the introduction. It is simply just indicating that the tenure for the current leadership of this committee is coming to an end now after being elected in May 2022. So the leadership, after serving a 2-year term, is supposed now to retire by the principle of rotation. In this regard, this procedural guide has been prepared to assist honorable members of these proceedings to flag out the relevant constitutional and the rules of procedure regarding the election of the chairperson and the vice chairperson, and also to indicate the eligibility of the member parliaments for each position. So that's about this guide. 2.0, the procedure, the permit is provided for in rule number 39 of the rules of procedure, which states, and I quote, number 1, each committee shall elect a chairperson and vice chairperson.
Any problem, Director? Hello?
He has been kicked out of the meeting.
By whom?
By the system, maybe the internet connection.
Oh,
he's trying, he'll be back now.
Hola.
There he is. Thank you.
Better it happened to someone else, because you might think those who are not able to follow are not serious.
So Honorable Chair, I was
take
booted
it
out.
easy,
I'm back
really.
now.
It's just system. It was your time,
Honorable Chair,
Director.
Honorable Chair, sorry, I was booted out. I am back
Take it
now.
easy, sir.
You know,
It
the
was your
technology
turn.
sometimes.
Yes. Okay.
Technology can betray you last minute.
It's okay.
Yeah, so
Again.
I'm back now. Honorable Chair, I was on the 3.0, bullet 3.0 on the principle of rotation. Constitution of the forum provides for the principle of rotation in the election of the chairperson and vice chairperson of the standing committees as follows. And I quote, it says members of the standing committees holding the position of the chairperson or vice chairperson shall retire by rotation, meaning that a member parliament with members serving in the position of the chairperson and vice chairperson of the standing committee shall not be eligible for re-election to the positions in the immediate subsequent term. For the RWPC is Article 16(2) of the Constitution, which states, and I quote, "The chairperson and the vice chairperson of the RWPC shall be elected from amongst the chairpersons of the National Women's Parliamentary Caucus on a rotational basis." The same principle is also buttressed in the rule number 19(3) of the Rules of the Procedure. Furthermore, rule number 43(2)(f) and G of the Rules of Procedure, which govern the positions of the SADC-PF president and vice president, is applicable to the standing committees and the RWPC by practice. Consequently, a national parliament that has previously held the position of the committee chairperson can not be re-elected to the position until the rotation cycle is completed. Similarly, the national parliament that has previously held the vice chairperson position of the committee is also ineligible for election that position until the rotation cycle is done. So there is also a principle of gender, a gender principle, Honorable Chair and members. Rule number 38(5) of the Rules of Procedure provides for gender balance in the election of chairperson and vice chairperson of the standing committees. And it says, I quote, "As far as it is practically possible, gender consideration shall be taken into account when deciding chairpersonship of the committee. Where the chairperson of a committee is a woman, it means the vice chairperson shall be a man, and vice versa." Now, I'll outline the procedure that we are going to follow during the election now. The procedure is as follows. The returning officer, who is myself here, will invite nomination from each of the two positions. We'll start with the chair. Once we do the nomination on the chair, then we'll go for the vice. So once the nomination has been received, it has to be seconded. We need to have a nomination and a seconder. And each nominee may be given up to 3 minutes just to acceptance speech to say, "I accept the nomination." So you accept by having at least not more than 3 minutes. It can be 1 minute, it can be 30 minutes, 30 seconds, just to make sure that you accept the nomination. If only one nomination is received, then the candidate shall be declared duly elected. But number 3, in the event that we have more than one nominations, it means the elections will be conducted through a secret ballot. And each member will be eligible for 1 vote. The procedure will be explained since you are meeting visually. So it means the voting will be electronic if we reach that stage. Colleagues from the ICT, when you reach that stage, I will invite them to guide the members in terms of how they are going to vote electronically. Number 4, to ensure that gender balance, if the chairperson of a committee is a woman, I think I already said this issue, the vice shall be the other gender. Upon the announcement of the duly elected vice chairperson, he or she will have to also have an opportunity to deliver the acceptance speech. But the chair will deliver his or her acceptance speech at the end of the whole exercise, because he or she is going to deliver even the closing remarks to this meeting. That's what is going to happen in terms of the procedure. Now, I'll take you, honorable members, to the schedule of the eligibility of the countries for election at this point in time. So GEWAYD, we have a history of how this committee has been chaired in the past. That's the history that you are seeing there from 2014 to 2016, 2016, 2018, 2018 to 2020, 2020, 2022, 2022, 2024, which is now. Then from there, following the principle of rotation that I've said there and the gender, the countries so far that they are eligible for this election today is on the chairpersonship, is Angola, Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, Mauritius, Madagascar, Seychelles, South Africa, and Zambia. For the position of the vice chairperson, Angola, DRC, Lesotho, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, South Africa, Seychelles, and Zimbabwe. So I end my presentation on the procedure guide for election at that note. Are there any questions or comments that members want to make before I call for nominations?
Yes, Director, I have a question.
Yes, that's in Namibia.
I wanted to find out whether we have our male colleagues as members in this committee and how many they are.
Thank
and
you
which
so much.
countries they represent.
Yes, thanks so much, Honorable Vice Chair. The records that I have so far, they're indicating that the male MP is only one, and this member comes from Lesotho. That's the records that I have. So it's Lesotho, and according to the eligibility, Lesotho is appearing under vice chairpersonship. Is there any other questions?
Yes, Director.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Before I end my chair position, I just want to request you if me and my vice would say 3 words to thank the people who have worked so well for the past 2 years. Because after the new ones come in, we won't have time. What is your opinion?
I'll give you that chance after the elections because your speech, Honorable Chair, will be like part of the handover to the incoming.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Agreed.
So I'll give you space before the incoming chair comes. If you want also the vice or your outgoing vice to say something, what I'll do is that before I request the vice to make a remark, then I can first request the outgoing vice to make remarks as a way of handing over to the incoming vice chair. Then when the newly elected chair will be taking a position, before he or she takes a position, then I will invite you, Honorable Chair, to make remarks, and then as a way of trying to hand over the mantle. So I think we should proceed that way.
Yes, thank you. Agreed.
Thank you. Are there any other observation questions before I start asking for nominations?
Yes,
Hello,
Director. Yes, I might be out of order. But assist me in bringing me back to order.
Yes.
But looking at the eligibility and looking at the rotation, looking at the members that might be elected, let me leave it there. We will reach there. I wanted to throw something already before we start, but I will be out of order.
Okay. No,
Thank
thanks
you.
so much. Thanks so much, Honorable Vice Chair, outgoing Vice Chair, for withdrawing the remarks. Honorable members, if there are no further questions, now let me ask for nominations for the position of the chairperson from the countries that have indicated there. Perhaps those members should be in here to confirm their nominations. Are there any nominations for the chairperson?
Chairperson, I'm unable to raise my hand, but I wish to bring to the attention. I would like to nominate Honorable Princess Kasune from Zambia as chairperson.
Okay, what's your name and country?
My name's Spongile Mwamba. I'm the proxy for Honorable Kasune.
Oh, I think there's one thing which I failed to say, that the member does not nominate himself or herself. I think I should have said it from the beginning. So the nomination has to come from another member nominating another member. So perhaps if you would have done at least a homework of identifying somebody who should mention that, that would be better. Because if Zambia has been mentioned, the same member cannot nominate himself or herself.
Well noted, Chair.
Yeah. So if we could have another member, if they're in agreement with the Zambia, then another country should nominate that.
Director?
Yes,
Angola.
can see a hand from Angola there? Or who was speaking?
Angola propõe a deputada Francisca Kune, da Zâmbia.
Interpretation, please. I didn't hear that. Maybe I have not chosen maybe the right language because I could not.
A deputada da Zâmbia, Prince Kasune.
Sorry. I think when I was booted out, I may have lost the interpretation. So let me see first if when I was booted out, let me see again. Yeah, I think I was booted out even on the language. So Angola is the nominee. Yes, now I'm back here. Thank you so much. Angola is nominating Zambia. Honorable Kasune. Okay. Any seconder?
Seconded.
Do we have any member to second that?
Seconded, Honorable.
Can you mention your name and country, please?
My apologies, Marco Mohale from Lesotho.
Oh, you are now in, because at the time when we were making the roll call, you were locked out. So you are in now, Lesotho.
Say it again, sir.
You are now in, because at the time I was making roll call, you were not around.
Yes, my apologies. I mean, I'm now in. I'm begging to business now.
Thank you so much. So,
yes,
honorable members, in terms of our quorum now, our quorum has been boosted. We're at 9, with Lesotho now in. Okay, so the name of Honorable Kasune has been duly nominated by Angola and duly seconded by Lesotho. So it means I get the name of Honorable Kasune as a candidate for the position of the chairperson. Do we have Zambia to confirm the nomination? Can you confirm that indeed Honorable Kasune is interested to get up the position?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of Honorable Kasune, I wish to confirm that Honorable Princess Kasune has confirmed the nomination and is able to take up the chairmanship if voted by the member states. Thank you so much, and I submit.
Thank you. So that is duly recognized and taken by me as a returning officer. Do we have further nominations, honorable members? Let me flag out again the procedure. Do we have any further nomination on the position of the chairperson? I see none. Therefore, I, as the returning officer, I would duly declare Honorable Kasune from Zambia to be the duly elected as chairperson of the GEWAYD with effect from today, which is the 15th of May 2024. I thank you so much. If there's a way we can have a hand of applause, even though we're connected virtually, we can do that. Thank you so much, honorable members. Then that being the case, we go into the other position, the position of the vice chairperson. So on the vice chairpersons, again, there's Angola, DRC, Lesotho, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, South Africa, Seychelles, and Zimbabwe. But the second criteria or principle is gender. The first election we have had has elected a female as the chairperson. So that being the case, we are now confined to one gender, which is male. And according to the list that I have here, and according to the question that Honorable Outgoing Vice Chair asked, I responded that so far, according to my records, it's only Lesotho that has got a male MP. So in view of that, Honorable Chair and the members, we don't have to debate about it. Lesotho automatically has to take the position of the Vice Chair. Unless the Lesotho wants to decline. But otherwise, according to the rules of procedure that are available now.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
okay, I was asking, is Lesotho willing to take the position?
Yeah,
This
that's
was my
where
question.
that's where I was going. Yeah,
Director,
yes.
procedurally, I think we must nominate. We know that we have only one male colleague, which is from Lesotho, but procedurally, we must nominate for him to decline.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thanks so much, Honorable Member.
I so nominate him.
I was also going there to say that as a way of procedure, even though there's only one male member, but as a way of formalities, we still have two. So I think members, you were thinking ahead of me. So Honorable Outgoing Vice Chairperson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Director. I nominate our only brave man amongst the ladies from Lesotho as the Vice Chairperson.
Thank you, Namibia, for the nomination of Lesotho as a way of formalizing the procedure.
Can I second the motion for his nomination?
Yes, please. Yes, Honorable Regina.
Seychelles has seconded the motion for his nomination.
Thank you so much. So, honorable members, the nomination.
Mr. Moderator, we would like to hear from him if he accepts or not.
Honorable members, yes. Okay, perhaps the presiding officer, the returning officer, he has been very slow in terms of going into that. I was about to say, honorable members, because this has to be properly captured in our records. So me as presiding officer, I need to repeat this. Honorable members, we have a nomination of Lesotho. The honorable member to take up the position of the vice chairperson, and this nomination has come from Namibia, and it has also been duly seconded by the honorable member from Seychelles. So in that case, the candidature is accepted. May I now invite the honorable member from Lesotho to say a word as a way of confirming the nomination that we have received.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do acknowledge. Acknowledge the. I'm making my acknowledgement as the representative of Lesotho. Thank you. I do acknowledge the vote. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now, as we agreed earlier, thank you so much, Lesotho, for accepting the nomination that we have received and that you are willing to serve the committee on the position of the vice chairperson. Now, as we agreed earlier, before I invite the honorable member from Lesotho as the vice chair to say a word, I will invite the outgoing vice chairperson from Namibia just to say a bye-bye, a speech as a way of handing over the vice chairpersonship to Lesotho. Over to you, outgoing vice chairperson.
Thank you very much, Director and honorable members, for the opportunity granted. When I was elected, I was seated in a chair in Johannesburg. Today that I'm outgoing, I'm in bed. I had a knee replacement recently. And that's why you couldn't see my face today, but I could participate. And therefore, I wish to thank you for the opportunity that you have granted me throughout these 2 years and the trust that you have bestowed upon me to elect me as the vice chairperson of GEWAYD. It was a good learning curve as a young woman, and I was given the chance by you to walk the path with very salted and experienced mothers and leaders. Therefore, let me say thank you very much, and to Honorable from Lesotho, who's the only man amongst the group of ladies, that gender is not for women, but gender is men and women. Therefore, I hope that you will take the baton forward. That he's the former chairperson before us was also from Lesotho, and now the deputy chairperson, vice chairperson is from Lesotho. That him and Honorable Kasune will lead us forward for the betterment of all genders, women, men, youth, and children. I so submit.
Thank you so much, the outgoing chairperson, for those very kind words and advisory as well, and acknowledging the work that you have done, and also wishing you well the new team that is coming. Let me now invite Lesotho, who is the incoming vice chair. Apart from accepting the nomination, but in case you have got any words to as a way of assuring your the other honorable members that now you are taking the mantle from the honorable member from Namibia. Over to you, the newly elected vice chairperson.
Thank you, Director, for the invite. And also, I should also give my gratitude to the outgoing chair, namely Namibia, and also for the election by the opposite gender. I think that the issue of gender is quite a challenging one, especially when we are talking about the female gender. So I'm willing to partake in all the duties that are bestowed upon me. So I'm looking forward to taking form where Namibia left. So I should just acknowledge and accept work unconditionally for the betterment of the of gender equality. Thank you, Director.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member from Lesotho, who is the newly elected Vice Chairperson of the GEWAYD from today. Now, before I invite the newly elected Chairperson of this committee, for her to make the acceptance speech and officially close this meeting, I will be inviting the outgoing chairperson from Namibia, from Tanzania, to make also her final remarks as the outgoing chairperson and her final hand over the mantle.
Thank you very much, Director Joseph Manzi. And I thank God for this hour, which we are now retiring. Honorable members, starting with my Vice Chair, Paula Cooper, I've just realized that you are down on bed. I wish you get well soon. But I also want to recognize our chair of Honorable Regina Esperon, who have always been behind us and encouraging us. Mr. Director, when I got in, I knew nothing about SADC on leadership. But then I was encouraged. Of course, I got the votes, many votes. And then I said, okay, let me try. But all these women were behind me and aside of me, giving me the strength. And the job was not all that difficult. May I now take this opportunity to thank them from the bottom of my heart. Sometimes while on duty, you step on people's fingers or toes, and I might have stepped on their toes. I'm requesting them to forgive me because it was not intentional, but only that I was on duty. Having said that, I want to thank Her Excellency, Secretary General Boem Segoma, for her very good leadership and encouragement to all of us. I cannot mention all, but together with her people, the team of Secretary General of the SADC PF, who have been a family to us in the region. There's one name which I cannot skip, and that is Kurasha. Kurasha have been there. We even gave him the position of a Lenedy brother, and he was always ready to guide us. It's not easy to mention everybody, but I cannot forget Paulina, because before IFOMA, we were working with Paulina. And all. Having said that, and people are now tired and they're looking, want their lunch very soon, may I thank all the male members of parliament and all the female members of parliament and those in office like Agnes for their time. I'm wishing all those who have taken this position now to work hard, and for the time, for the years ahead, while we're still at the SADC, I promise to give them my support and whatever they want to know. I congratulate Princess Kasume, Minister from Zambia, for the position which she has just taken. And I also congratulate our male leader from Lesotho. God willing, we'll see each other in Angola and we'll shake hands. Congratulations and welcome aboard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable outgoing chairperson of the committee, for all those kind words and encouragement words to the incoming team. It is now my singular honor to invite the newly elected chairperson, Zambia. There's a proxy who I'm sure had to deliver the acceptance speech, and thereafter we'll close the meeting. But before I do that, let me just quickly do the housekeeping announcements. I saw on the chat that Honorable Regina, the Honorable member from Seychelles, was sending a word of thanks to the outgoing chairperson. I hope the chairperson read it, but it was a word of thanks for your leadership for the past 2 years. The second housekeeping announcements, our ICT team will email you the evaluation forms for this meeting. So we are requesting you, honorable members, please complete the forms and send it back to us. They're in all the 3 languages. Please complete them and send them back to us. These are the 2 housekeeping announcements that I had. At this juncture, let me invite Zambia to make the acceptance speech and officially close this meeting. I thank you so much. And sorry, again, I should also thank honorable members for according us an opportunity, especially me, to preside over the elections. It was a nice kind of exercise. Thank you so much, Honorable Zambia.
Thank you very much, Director. My names are Honorable Sibongile Mwamba, and I'm here today standing in as a proxy for Honorable Princess Kasune. Good afternoon, honorable members and distinguished delegates. Honorable Kasune stands with profound sense of honor and responsibility as the incoming chairperson of GEWAYD under the SADC PA. As she embarks on this journey, she is reminded of the incredible potential that lies within the region and the pivotal role that GEWAYD plays in advancing the socio-economic development of our member states. Honorable Kasune wishes to express her gratitude to her predecessors for their tireless dedication and leadership in guiding GEWAYD to where it stands today. Their efforts have laid a solid foundation upon which we can build and continue to strive for excellence. As we look forward, it is imperative that we remain steadfast in our commitment to promoting democracy, good governance, and the rule of law across our region. These principles will form the cornerstone of our organization and are essential for fostering peace, stability, and prosperity for all our citizens. Additionally, we must prioritize sustainable development initiatives that address the unique challenges facing our member states, from poverty alleviation to environmental conservation. By harnessing the collective expertise and resources of our diverse membership, we can create innovative solutions that empower our communities and improve the quality of life. Furthermore, I believe that fostering closer collaboration and partnership with other regional and international organizations is key to achieving our shared goals. By working together, we can leverage our respective strengths and maximize our impact on the global stage. In conclusion, the chairperson is committed to leading GEWAYD with integrity, transparency, and inclusivity. Together, we have the opportunity to make a meaningful difference in the lives of millions of people across the SADC region. Let us seize this moment and embark on the journey with optimism, determination, and a sense of purpose. On behalf of the chairperson, I wish to thank you once again, everybody, for electing her to stand as chairperson. And indeed, it shall be a great journey together. Thank you so much. I submit.
Thank you so much, the newly elected chairperson, for the commitment that you have shown in your speech to lead the committee in the next 2 years to come. And I'm sure you, with your remarks, it means you have also officially declared the meeting closed. We thank you so much for that, honorable members. I think with the housekeeping issues that I've already made, we can stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again. Thank you, members.
Thank you, honorable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you in
Kwaheri.
Angola.
Thank you all.
Tanzania, kwaheri.
Merci beaucoup.
Colleagues, Secretariat, do we have the energy for the debriefing? Secretariat. Honorable members, you may wish to leave.